Good morning, everybody, and welcome to our first MENA regional conference, the virtual learning for teachers and students doing it together. My name is Hala Ahmed, and I think you've met me before. I work for the British Council. I'm based in Egypt, and I'm so excited and very much looking forward to meeting you all today. And the conference wall is already buzzing with your comments. So I love that. Keep doing that. Keep staying in touch with each other. Keep communicating and collaborating with each other. Before we kick off today, I'd like to make a few announcements. And my colleague Nora will be posting some important links for you in that chat box. So first, it's your breakfast poll time. We'd like you to take the poll and tell us where you're from and how you're feeling today. Noura will be posting the link for the breakfast poll in the chat box in a minute. Also, if you'd like to know the results of this poll, if you'd like to know where the other participants from and how they are feeling today and if they are feeling the same or different, Noura also will be posting the link to see the results through the Q&A box. Finally, before I hand over to John, don't forget to check out the conference wall, the MENA conference wall. Say hi to each other. You can post pictures if you like of yourself or something like a touristic place from your country. Tell us how you feel. Tell us where you're from. And we do hope you enjoy your online conference today. Thank you very much. Over to you, John.
Okay, thank you so much indeed, Hala. We're all very excited as well. So that's right. Our first MENA regional online conference, virtual learning for teachers and students doing it together. My name is John Shackleton. I work for the British Council. I'm based in Cairo and I look after our teacher development work. Next slide, please. Next slide, that's it. And I'm joined by my colleagues. You've just seen Hala, of course, and by my colleague Temar. And we've got a special message. Temar's mother from Damascus, Nashwa, has joined us this morning, just to make sure that her boy is doing the right thing. And of course, our colleague Noura Al-Saba, who's based in Bahrain. So a warm welcome from all of the team here in the British Council. We've got a fantastic day for you today. The program, as you can see, we've got 4 main things on the program. The first is a panel discussion. Do you speak Zoom? And we're looking forward to getting the thoughts and opinions of Diana Abu Zayed, Khadir Al-Sadi, and Asil El-Masri, who are going to be telling us about the constraints and opportunities of remote delivery. They're going to be telling us about teacher skills, and they're going to be telling us about the challenges faced by learners in this new normal, as we like to call it. Then after that, we've got a session, quick-fire presentations on voices from the network. And here we're going to be taking a look at the value and benefit of communities of practice. And we're looking forward to hearing from Nada Al-Habsi, who's going to be setting the context for us a little bit by defining what a community of practice is. From Nisha Malik, who's going to be giving us some case studies, practical examples. And from Mariam Al-Hamed, who's going to be talking about establishing a positive culture. So really looking forward to that. And then in the afternoon, we've got another quick-fire session, and that is on, it's called, intriguingly, I'm Virtually Fluent. And here we're going to be hearing from Zainab Quira, who's going to be talking about student interaction. We're going to be hearing also from Safa Marnawi, who's going to be talking about e-learning during lockdown. And then we're going to be hearing from Fatiha Refki about social media for learning. So a very practical focus there for that session. I'm virtually fluent. And then the last session in the afternoon, which is called Getting the Balance Right. We'll be having a look at the future. We'll be looking into our crystal balls and seeing what it is that we think the future will look like, and how it is that we are beginning to reimagine education post-pandemic. It's not post-pandemic, it's ongoing, but post-school closure, at least, and school reopening. But it's not just the sessions. This is your conference, and we're hoping to make this as interactive as possible. You've just listened to Hala talking about the breakfast poll and the conference wall. So if you haven't already had a look at the conference wall or completed your breakfast poll, how are you feeling and where are you from, then please do so. In addition to that, we've got some parallel activities that are taking part, which are for you, and they're themed, if you like, according to refreshments. So breakfast, lunch, coffee and tea. Okay, so we've got at lunchtime, we've got a poll looking at how you feel about your own competence, your own skills in relation to remote delivery. At the coffee time, we'll be taking a closer look at what people are posting on the wall. And then finally, and Hala has not revealed this to anybody, so we don't know exactly what's going to happen. She has a surprise activity for tea time. So that's the program, and I think it would be a good idea to keep your joining instructions handy so that you can follow the progress during the day. And if you've got any questions, that you would like to share with us, then you'll be thinking in advance about what's going to happen. Okay, next slide, please. And on that subject of getting the most out of the day, we'd like to give you a few tips, if we may. So, Notepad. It's about active listening, I think, really. When I go to conferences, I always take lots of notes and try to come away with something that I didn't know before, or that's made me think about something in a different way. There have been lots of questions in the chat about on technical subjects like how do you join and will I get a certificate, those sorts of things. But try and focus on the content, that's what we're saying. Minimize distractions. Whenever we're talking to Hala, a niece is often coming in and she has to shut the door, those sorts of things. So keep that to a minimum. Use the wall to connect with other participants. If you see somebody in the chat that you know, then reach out and talk to them. Internet connection backup plan. As everybody knows, there are internet issues, so make sure that you've got an alternative. And keep those questions and answers coming. Keep those comments coming, okay, throughout the day. All right, next slide then, please. I'm going to be very brief because we want to hear from Diana, Khadir and Asil. Okay. But I do want to just put a little bit of context around this conference before we actually start the main sessions. As many of you will probably know through your attendance of the monthly regional Ask Hala webinars, what we're trying to do here is we're trying to help teachers to connect to one another. So connecting to one another because we believe that is an effective way for professional development to take place. So essentially we've got three things that are ongoing, and this conference is part of those three things that are going on. As you all probably know, the British Council has a Teaching English website on which There are a fantastic number of resources for teachers to use, especially in relation to remote delivery. So we're trying to encourage as many people as possible to have a look at those resources and use them, decide what's appropriate for your own context. In addition to that, we have a community of practice leader program, which we've just started. We have around 50 community of practice leaders who are working with us to develop their skills, their understanding of what a community of practice is and how it can be used to help teachers develop professionally. And we have some self-directed resources that we've picked out that are specially designed for teachers in this region. So this conference is part of those three things. So the Ask Hala webinar series, self-directed, self-access resources that we've picked out from the Teaching English website, and then a program of training and support for community of practice leaders who have self-nominated, who are working in many different countries across the region to set up and strengthen and sustain communities of practice so that we can, and this is our aim, and I hope that it's the aim of everybody who's on the conference call with us today, it's our aim to support teachers in their professional development, in their becoming effective teachers in the classroom, in the virtual classroom, so that we can give learners the best opportunities to engage with interesting and lively lessons online and face-to-face, and that through that increased engagement they will attain better results, that they will become better at English. That's our aim, simple as it is. Great, okay, thank you very much. Next slide then, please. Okay then, so we're going to go into the first session then now, and I'd like to first of all to say that we have some technical problems, so there may be times when the speakers are unable to fully participate. We've got a different ways of dealing with that. So I'd like to introduce the session, and it's called Do You Speak Zoom? And it's about learning to learn in the virtual environment. And we've got three speakers. Diana Abu Zayed, who's going to be talking about the constraints and the opportunities of remote teaching. We have Khadira Al-Sadi, who's going to be talking about the kinds of skills that teachers need to be effective in the virtual environment. And then we have Asil Al-Masri, who's going to be talking about the challenges faced by learners. So before I invite Diana, Khadir and Asil to speak, I'd just like to take 5 minutes just to talk a little bit about the context and why we chose to have a panel discussion, which is called Do You Speak Zoom? It's obvious, I suppose, of course, but just to make a few points before we actually start. We carried out some research in April and May to have a look at what the situation was in terms of the impact of COVID-19, the impact of the pandemic. And we took a look at 51 countries, and we asked ministries of education, so what's going on? What does the landscape look like? And of those 51 countries and territories that we looked at in more detail, 50 of those had education systems in which schools were closed. So it's an obvious point, but with that kind of landscape, clearly there was an enormous imperative to shift to remote delivery. And in some countries, ministries of education were prepared to do this because that was the direction in which they were heading anyway. In other countries, they were less well prepared for that. So suddenly, teachers had to move from face-to-face teaching, of course, to remote delivery. And one of the things that we found in looking at the landscape and also surveying teacher needs was that in many cases, ministries of education were obviously clearly well aware of the problem, but they had difficulty providing support for teachers at scale, importantly. So making sure that all teachers received support so that they could deliver online lessons effectively. And secondly, very importantly, it was difficult for ministries of education to arrange for the application of learning. So while there might have been some support, generally speaking, this tended not to be at scale, and also didn't allow for teachers to practice, to experiment, to reflect, to think about how to be effective in that remote environment. So as a result, we feel, and this is what teachers and teacher educators reported, that the confidence and the skills, those need to be developed further, and that's what we're going to be looking at. Okay, so what I would like to do then now is to introduce Diana Abu Zayed, who is trying to connect with us at the moment, but we have a recording, an audio of her presentation that we would like to play for you. Okay, and you can see on the slides, those are the areas that she's going to be talking about. And then after she's finished her presentation, we're going to take a slight pause where we'll have a look at the comments and the questions and answers in the questions and answers box that you've put forward. Okay then, so could we have Diana's audio, please?
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. This is me, Diana Abu Zaid, an English teacher from Palestine. I'm so happy to be with you in the first panel talking about the remote teaching challenges, opportunity, and constraints. Starting talking about the challenges. I divided the challenges into 3 challenges, starting challenges related to learners, to teachers, and to curricula. And I would like to add 2 more, which are the technical challenges and challenges related to parent support, but I embedded them with the other challenges. So let's start with the first one, challenges related to learners. You know, our students aren't prepared for this dramatic switch from face-to-face education to remote learning. So the change itself leads to the motivation of our students. They are not familiar with this new learning experience. They are not trust it. They have a lot of questions in their mind about the validity, the quality, the effectiveness of this remote learning. Particularly regarding the assessment, how could we have a reliable assessment here? We can cheat easily. Other students are complaining about and become demotivated because of the technical issues. One of my students was in the Zoom session attending a certain class, and suddenly Zoom kicked him out and he became very demotivated because of the unstable internet connection, interrupt his class. And many technical issues lead to demotivation, of course, not for the learners, but for their teachers as well. Some students complain also about the time management. They can't manage their time in this remote world for different reasons. Each student has more than 5 subjects, and each subject has its synchronous and asynchronous platforms. So the students they are distracted, they can't manage their time and keep tracking with each subject. Other students told me that become demotivated because they are distracted at home by their family and younger brother and sisters. Um, those are the key reasons about students' challenges. Now I'm going to give you some tips about how to motivate your students in the online learning. Try to involve them, talk to them, listen to them, give them need analysis and self-assessment checklists. Try to make your online world interactive, fun, positive by using warmers, games, visualization, task and project-based activities, art and craft and drawing activities. All of these things motivate the students, and all the time try to negotiate with the students and give them options that will make them more confidence and let them feel that they learn in their own pace. Now let's move to talk about the challenges related to the teachers. Most of the teachers at the beginning of the switch from face-to-face interaction to the remote teachings complain about the effectiveness of the learning. They doubt their technical skills and are they qualified enough for this teaching remotely. So I will tell them three things in this aspect. The first one, wherever there is a will, there is a way. You must remember that you are not alone in this. All of the challenges that you are encounter are universal one. And the third things that any experts in any field was once a beginner. So this is a message for the teachers. Now let's move to the challenges. One of the toughest issues, it is assessment. Many teachers can't keep track their students' progress. They complain that we can't know, are they really learning? Are we achieving a deep learning or not? So some of the teachers also share with me that they are overloaded with the preparation and the planning. They need a heavy planning in the online learning. I suggest here to don't multitask. Try not to multitask because multitask will let you become less productive and less effective. Just try to focus on one thing and try to improve yourself and to care about yourself and your professional development. This is my message. Regarding the challenges that faces the related to the curricula, here we have two questions. Is the curriculum designed to be delivered remotely? This is the first one. And the second issue, does the curricula that delivered remotely cover the C's: cooperation, citizenship, communication, critical thinking, creativity, or it is, surface learning, not a deep one, not not long-term learning or lifelong term learning. This is the issue that all of the teacher must focus on it. My final tip, try to seize the opportunity of the remote world. Try to improve their students' skills. This new world helps students to be autonomous and independent learner, to become more familiarized with a lot of technical skills. And thank you.
Okay, Diana, thank you very much indeed. You raised some very interesting points. There have been some comments in the box, and as you are not with us in real time, it's going to be obviously very difficult for you to answer those questions. So if I may, I'd just like to say that in response to a number of questions that we've received in the chat box about materials, you touched on curriculum, etc. We will be running a webinar as part of the Ask Hala webinar series that looks specifically at how to design and how to select suitable and appropriate and useful and engaging materials for learners to engage with online, either in real time, synchronously, or either asynchronously through platforms such as Edmodo. And I think that relates to two things, I think. One, about what I was saying, is that we're here to help and support teachers in relation to things like workload. One of the comments that you made, Diana, and also one of the comments in the question and answer box is to do with that increased workload that comes with remote delivery, because not only do you need to acquire and develop new skills in terms of delivery, but you also need to acquire new skills in terms of design and content and materials. You need to find them, you need to change them, you need to upload them, you need to make them work for students. So all of that takes time. And I think that many of us practitioners are very conscious that the shift to remote delivery has in fact led to an increase in the kind of demands that are being made on teachers at the moment. Okay then, Nora is also with us. Nora, did you pick up any other comments in the question and answer box that you would like to pick up on?
Yes, thank you, John. There is a question about electricity, availability of electricity in some countries. So they are asking, teachers are asking for suggestions for this problem. It's not available all the time. That's one question.
Okay, and again, I'm sure Diana would have an answer to this. My own take on this is that, yeah, it's very difficult. I mean, a lack of electricity affects lighting, fans, you know, in the face-to-face environment. And it's a particular problem. So all of the issues around access, yeah, so whether it's issues to do with electricity, whether it's issues to do with the cost of data, whether it's issues to do with the availability of device at home, all of those really difficult, knotty questions about how do learners who are not best placed to access online content, what is it that we can do to help them? And I think there is one very, I suppose, very obvious response to the question about electricity. Then it's probably the case that electricity is inconsistent. So the use of offline, of print, of broadcast, TV and radio that people are able to access when the electricity comes back on. So making it possible for people to work without electricity through print, for example, or through offline content when the electricity comes back on. And again, that's one area that we'll be looking at in detail through the Ask Hala webinar series about access and how to overcome barriers to access. Okay, Nora, were there any other questions for Diana that you picked up on?
No, there is no further questions.
Great. Okay then. Kadir is still having trouble joining us, and I'm hoping that she will be with us before the end of the session. So what we would like to do now is to introduce Asil El Masri, who's going to explore in a little bit more detail some of the headline points that Diana raised around challenges to learners.
Hello everyone, good morning, good afternoon. depends from where you are now. So I'm just going to continue from what Diana was talking about, the challenges that are faced by learners in engaging successfully with the virtual environment. Now, I know that there are so many challenges that our learners are facing, but there are, like I can say, there are three biggest challenges. Number one, definitely motivation. Second one is poor internet connection or no Wi-Fi. And the third one is no computer access or shared access. I will start talking about motivation first, and it can be divided into three factors. There is external factor, internal factor, and personal factors. I will start with the internal factors that can demotivate students or can cause students not being able to attend or participate effectively in their virtual classes. So the reasons can be with the internal factors, probably cognitive overload of the courses they're doing and the subjects, difficulty of the course or the subject, because of course face-to-face is completely different from online, so they cannot see the teacher all the time. So all of this can cause anxiety, inconvenience, and make the students stress of attending their online classes. And another also thing that students always think, because of the online classes, they always think that the classes can be conducted according to their convenience time. So some of them, they don't feel like they want to attend their classes early in the morning. Moving on to the external factors, it can be time management, because they have to spend a lot of time working on all the assignments or the tasks that they were given by the teachers. So a lot of intensive work. Now, if we have students who are working, like for example, I teach college students, so some of them are working. So they have family demands, they have other responsibility. So it can cause a lot of problems how to manage their time of attending their classes and doing the tasks that they should. Finally, the personal factors, which could be learning style. Of course, when our classrooms, we know that students have different learning style. We have virtual learners, we have learners who prefer to take notes or listen to the teacher. And most importantly, this is a new experience for our learners. So some of the learners might not be accepting this new experience. Is very hard for them, especially if you are teaching adults or teenagers. So they have their mindset on this traditional way of teaching. So to switch to the new way of online class can be very difficult or challenging for them, and can be also demotivating because they are not very familiar. Now, when I know that with kids, primary level, they probably for them it's more exciting because it's something new, using their tablets or the computer to attend their classes. So it can be very interesting thing for them. But with older learners, it's very challenging because of it's a new experience and it's the first time for them. Now, the second biggest challenge we can talk about is poor internet connection or no Wi-Fi. We have a lot of learners who live in different areas. They are living in rural areas, or even if they live in urban areas, but probably the connection they're having is very weak, so they're not able to listen properly or attend their classes online. Another thing that some students who don't have Wi-Fi access, so they're using their mobile data all the time. So of course, families have to spend a lot of time on internet packages just to be able to attend their classes and do all the tasks that they've been told to do. So also the data plan might not be even enough to cover the progressive e-learning tools or needs. So we have a lot of platforms that the students are using, MS Teams, Zoom, Edmodo, Google Classroom. So they require a lot of data, and probably if the students are using their phones or their computer, or even if they're using the Wi-Fi or the mobile data, it can be too much for like it's not enough for them to cover all of that. So they can cause a lot of technical issue because of the high usage rate of the online learning system, which can lead also to frustration because if they're having any technical issues, they don't know how to solve it. Finally, we have the no computer access or shared access. Now, there are many learners who are sharing their laptops, their computers with their parents, siblings, even cousins or relatives. So now that all the classes are being performed online, they have assignments, they have submissions, they have quizzes to take. So they're sharing all of these together. And of course, they all need their laptops to use to be able to do all the tasks they've been told to do. So it can be also one of the reasons why students are not able to engage successfully. Even there are some families who are like, they have low-income families, students coming from low-income families, so they cannot afford to buy laptops or personal computers for their children. So they end up spending a lot of time on their mobile phones, and some mobile phones probably the capacity is not big enough to handle all of these platforms. So because it can consume a lot of space, the programs can be very slow, so the students not being able to do anything. So it is a very challenging, because I came across a lot of students who are not able to do their assignments because they're using their mobile phone. They don't have a laptop, so they have to use the Word from their phone, so it's taking a lot of time from them. And finally, digital literacy, which can be because I know with the new generation, they know how to use technology, they know how to use social media. However, it can be very overwhelming by the amount of data they are dealing with. So they get frustrated if they're facing any unknown problems or anything that they're not being able to deal with. So this is like the 3 biggest challenges that I feel like the learners are facing. I'm sure there are many other challenges, but these are the most common ones among all learners.
Asil, thank you so much indeed. That was really illuminating and really interesting. We've had lots of questions and comments in the question and answer box that if you stay with us to answer those questions before we have a more general summing up at the end.
Sure.
Can I just ask you, and I think this is perhaps a basic question that I think is reflected in many of the comments that are coming through. What do we feel about the remote environment in general? There's lots of questions about motivation. There's lots of questions about do kids miss the face-to-face interaction with their teachers? Are we educating a generation of kids who are going to be passive rather than active? Do you have a general sense about, you know?
I do think they do miss it, because some of my students were saying that I prefer to attend my classes and they prefer face-to-face more, like face-to-face interaction rather than online, because they get to participate. They feel like the teacher is giving them more attention. And I think some students, let's say, because again, it's a new experience, not just for the students, even for the teachers. So sometimes the teacher's behavior can have an effect on the students' motivation, on how the course is being planned or how it's being organized. So if it's just like when we plan our lessons and we're not include any activities or anything, the students won't feel that they're being engaged, so they're losing interest. Rather than classroom, usually we can group them, we can let them work in pairs, we have some activities. So there are certain activities that you feel that it can be done through in the classrooms more than online. However, I feel like to boost their motivation, we should try to include activities, anything to engage our students, which is why it's good to use something like Kahoot or Word Wall or even Google Forms to just ask questions or quizzes and make it as a competition, so that the students feel like they are engaged. They can, and the teacher can also use that as a diagnostic test to see if the students are having any problems.
Great. Okay, just to follow up on that, again, I'd be very interested to know what you think from your own experience. We talked earlier a little bit about learning at your own pace.
Yeah.
Do you think there are learners out there who actually prefer asynchronous and synchronous learning. They feel more comfortable, you know, learning in that kind of environment and don't miss the face-to-face interaction. Have you come across learners who are like that? Or
they do, and actually some learners, they think, okay, because it's online, why can't we have it early, so early? So they feel like the teacher should adapt with their own timings, and that's the kind of bit tricky, but they do enjoy it because we are trying to we're like, as a teacher, we're trying our best to make sure that their students feel like they're not missing much from the face-to-face, and it's almost the same. So we're trying to give them activities, whether it's synchronously or asynchronously, so, and teaching them and assessing them just to make sure that they're not missing much. I think mostly what they miss is the social interaction between students in the classrooms or in the campus or somewhere else.
Yeah, and I think that you know, we talk about the relationship between the teacher and the learner, of course, but as you quite rightly say, that interaction learner to learner is something that
Yes.
is different, you know, and I think you know, we need to be careful, don't we, to look at this as both could be a constraint but also an opportunity, in the sense that you know, that the idea of learning at your own pace, the idea of interacting socially online, these are you know, for some learners anyway, these are more important than face-to-face interaction.
I think it's only the frustration that they might feel if we ask the students to do a group work. So that's what can be very difficult for them, because each one they have their own timing. They have connection problems. So for them, even to try to work together as a group and to do something, it's very difficult. Rather, when they used to meet in the classrooms or in the campus, that they can actually do the things that they should do.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So looking at from the learner point of view then, and again, we will be having through the Ask Hala webinar series a webinar on motivation and some tips about how to engage learners in that remote environment. Lots of questions as well about, and it's very interesting, I'm very interested in this, I'm interested to know what you think around assessment, around online assessment. There have been some comments in the box about how do you do this, comments about how do you know if kids are not cheating, you know, how do you know in that, well, you can't see them when they're not in front of you.
That is true.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, when the past 6 months, we were struggling on how can we actually assess the students in a way to avoid cheating or any plagiarism. So if they're submitting any assignments, we always have it checked through Turnitin, so that way we know if it's copied or not. And for quizzes, what I would do is that the questions are shuffled. There's a timing. You can even group the students into small groups and ask this particular group to start first, and then the other group can start later, and you can change the questions so that you can somehow you're avoiding any kind of cheating that might happen, any copying. So, and I think the best way is to try to make the questions very precise so that the students have the answers really direct, so they don't have the time to copy or contact someone. And of course, shuffling is, I feel like it's the best. And if you make the timing is like for example 30 minutes only, they feel like the time is so tight that they only need to concentrate to finish within this 30 minutes. Now, with assessments such as like speaking, what I used to ask my students to do is a PowerPoint presentation, and then they record their voice on the slides, so that that way I can assess their speaking. Of course, as a teacher, you should know if this is your student's voice or not, but this is another way of you can assess them for speaking. And with Google Form, you can even put some videos and some questions so that the students can watch the video and answer the questions that are related to it.
Okay, then there's lots of other questions, and I think we can deal with some of the general points when we come to sum up at the end. But while you're still there, I did want to ask you about questions to do with one question to do with teachers, really. What's your general feeling? You know, the general feeling about how teachers teachers that you know have been able to move to the remote delivery context. Do you feel that teachers, it's a confidence thing, or it's they just don't believe that it's effective, or how do you see that?
Well, honestly, at the beginning, it was very difficult because we had to do it just like that suddenly. We had to switch from face-to-face to online. We had to suddenly prepare everything online. Where I feel now that now we started the new academic year, we are more confident. We learned a lot because we were attending so many conferences and webinars organized by British Council, and we've been receiving a lot of support actually. And a lot of courses that have been even available for the teachers to watch and attend to help them how to do that switch. So we learned a lot from this, and it gave us confidence, and we know now what to expect from learners, what not to expect, what are the points that we should really concentrate on, like, for example, the motivation. And some students are living in different areas, the fact that they don't have laptops, so we try to give them even enough time and not to stress them, because we understand that what they're dealing with. And for teachers, I do feel like we have become more confident about it. And of course, there are some teachers, maybe they still prefer face-to-face. I sometimes think that face-to-face is good as well, because I get to see my students do some certain activities. But online, it has a lot of benefits, because students can easily watch the lesson again if they're having any problem. We're teaching them how to communicate effectively with students, how to be independent learners as well. So it's a lot of responsibilities on the students, and I think this is one of the reasons why they can feel demotivated as well, because they feel like they have a lot of pressure and they're independent more, rather than they know that, oh, okay, the teacher is there, I know where to go, I know when to ask the questions and all. But we are definitely more prepared.
Okay, that's great to hear. Noura, do you have any questions? Anything that struck you particularly relevant in the Q&A box?
Yeah, one of the challenges that many ask about is parents' literacy, computer literacy. And this is one of the challenges. And about students enjoying interaction with teachers.
Yes, I know, because there are a lot of, it's not just for college students, but even students who are in primary schools, and also they need their parents to be with them. So again, it's one of the reasons that digital literacy is not just for learners, even can be for parents, because they're not familiar with all of these platforms, how they should use it, and if there's any technical issues. So I think what they can done for, if it's in schools or universities and colleges, is to prepare even parents of how to deal with all of these platforms, maybe prepare like a PowerPoint slides of instructions just to make it clear for them, and if they're having any technical issue, maybe someone they can communicate with or in contact with, so that it will help them. And I think there was another point, I'm sorry, can you just besides parents' digital literacy, engaging students, right?
Yes, students lose the interaction with teachers when it is online rather than face-to-face. The pleasure of interacting with teachers.
It is true, because again, like I was telling John, that some activities, when they're being done in the classroom, they're more fun rather than when they're being done online. So why I feel like there are other websites now, they're doing a lot of online quizzes or a lot of activities that can be fun, and we just have to try to the teacher just try to motivate the learners more, or show them how fun it is to do these online. It's just like telling them you're playing a video game, so it's just similar, except you're just learning.
Yeah. Okay then, Asil, thank you so much indeed. Really interesting. Really interesting. Stay with us, of course. So
thank you, Noura.
As we come to the close of this first session, then what I would like to do is just to say a few things that I hope will generally respond to the questions that we've been getting. So the title of this is Do You Speak Zoom? So what are the constraints? What are the opportunities? What does it mean for teachers in terms of their confidence and competence, and what kind of challenges are there for learners? So those were the three things that we looked at, and I think that is the first and most important point that I think that the speakers today have brought out, that we should be alive to the constraints, but there are many opportunities. For example, being able to connect today, with teachers from all over the region virtually is a great opportunity. So I think that there's a tendency perhaps to dwell on the constraints and not explore the opportunities. I think that's the first point that's come out strongly today. A lot of you, second point, and I think this is around teacher development and teacher delivery. A lot of you said, so, okay, well, you're talking about the barriers, the questions and stuff, but, we need practical advice, practical input. And what we're doing through this initiative is that we're trying to curate the masses of information that's out there, the masses of resources that are available to help teachers to navigate through that path. What do you do? Do you use Zoom? Do you use Teams? Do you use Edmodo? Do you use other asynchronous platforms? What's the best thing, and some advice and some guidance. So we've got some practical webinars that we run every month that are specifically for teachers in this region, which look at teacher motivation, which look at learner motivation, how to engage, practically speaking, learners in that online environment. Also in the series coming up is about assessment, right? Many of you have spoken about ways of dealing with online assessment. The people have asked about content, about the materials, about whether these materials are mapped to the curriculum, etc. So that's another practical focus that is part of this series, how to select and how to design and how to deliver good materials within the online context. I think one of the things that's coming out very strongly that we need to include, and that we haven't really included it, which is to do with teacher motivation. Many of you have talked about workload, not getting enough support. So I think we need to include in our monthly webinar series something that looks specifically, not at teacher development, but at the teacher support, how to be resilient in these difficult circumstances. Nora brought up a question about parents, and that's also another focus for us in the monthly series around working with parents, that we haven't really seen too much work, it seems to me, on how to help parents, either with supporting in terms of digital literacy, but also helping them to get better with their own English, for example, so that they can support their learners, their children at home. So I think to sum up then, just broadly and generally around this new world where we all have to speak Zoom, what I would say is that those constraints and those opportunities, through those different themes that we've spoken about, we can, in a practical way, explore them further. For example, the question about learner motivation then. Okay, so we've talked about the fact that actually some learners, different learners learn differently, prefer the remote context. The issue to do with content as well. There are many things that you can do online that you can't do face to face. So how do we really harness the power of those opportunities, those different ways of working? The idea of parents, this is a fantastic opportunity, it seems to me, to do more work with parents, to engage with them more so that they themselves are engaged more fully in their children's education. So that, I think, is the final point anyway from us, about to really get into the opportunities that this new world provides us with, and to overcome some of the constraints. We will help with that through our practical webinar series, how to overcome those access barriers, those engagement barriers, those assessment barriers, etc. Okay, Nora, Asil, do you have any final comments that you would like to make?
Thank you, John. I do agree exactly that the parents, we should also be involved with the virtual environment, because especially now with kindergarten learners or primary learners, they need a lot of support from their parents. So engaging them is definitely a great idea.
And differentiated engagement, because many of the comments have been around, well, what about beginners? You know, what about advanced learners? You know, so it needs to be differentiated, doesn't it? It needs to be targeted help and support. Okay. Yes. Nora, any final comments from you?
I think there are many questions, comments, and as well participants are commenting very nicely and answering some of the questions about how to make learning and assessment online enjoyable to students. There are many challenges, of course, and every country's context is different. Students are at different levels, parents at different levels, but they can all learn. That's my summary.
Absolutely right, and I think that the one of the great things about this conference, for example, and it's a good example, isn't it, of the opportunities that online and remote working can bring about. Normally, if we were doing this face-to-face, then what would happen at this point, the panel discussion, there would be one or two people who'd say, "Can I have the microphone, please?" And we would go around the crowd and give the microphone, and there would be a kind of a one-to-one interaction. The thing about the chat, which you cannot get in the face-to-face environment, is that we have the opinions of hundreds of people that everybody can see and share simultaneously and in an ongoing way, so that while Asil is talking, for example, then there's a separate but related conversation going on around the content of what she has to say. You can't do that in face-to-face without disrupting the whole proceeding. So there's a good example, I think, of the opportunities that this kind of working arrangement, the new normal, what that brings about.
And it's recorded, so that's the best part of it.
That's right. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yes, exactly. Yes, yes. So if you missed it the first time, yeah. Although I suppose within the face-to-face environment, there are many people standing up with their mobile phones held high above their head, recording the keynote speakers as well. That's true. But yeah, but in its entirety, that's right. So this thing about learning at your own pace, well, we as teachers attending the conference, we can learn at our own pace by looking back through the comments, reviewing your comments and input from Nora as well. Okay, it's now exactly 11 o'clock, so what we would like to do is we'd like to take a short pause for a couple of minutes, okay, while we set up and bring in the speakers for the next session, which is Voices from the Network. So we're going to be looking specifically at the Communities of Practice program that we're organizing and supporting. And we have three speakers, Nada Al-Habsi, Nisha Malik, and Mariam Al-Hamad, who will be with us very shortly.
Thank you, John. See you after the pause.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Just bear with us, we're just collecting the speakers now. Talking about constraints of online working. This is, I suppose, one of the difficulties is making sure that everybody is in and online on time from all over the region where there are different levels of internet connectivity. While we're waiting, can I remind you to have a look at the conference wall, see what people are posting, have a look back through the notes and comments from the first session. And if you're having a second breakfast, which many people do, of course, then it's not too late to have a look at the breakfast poll. Okay, we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Okay then, we're just about ready then now. So I'm going to quickly introduce this with my colleague Nora as well. So the title of this session, Voices from the Network. So the whole point, the whole idea is to support teachers to support each other, so peer-to-peer collaboration. And we're going to be talking about the benefits and values and definition of communities of practice. And we're going to be looking through practical examples of what's happening in other countries in the region to see how we might improve or do things differently in our own country. And we're going to be talking about this, the very important thing, the very, very important thing about communities of practice, which is to do with that positive culture of communities of practice. Okay then, so I'm going to introduce our speakers today. We're going to start with Nisha Malik, who is from Bahrain. Nisha, can I ask you to turn on your camera?
Good morning, John.
Good morning to you. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Excellent. Very good to see you. Very nice to see you there. Very smart. Excellent. All right then. I'm not going to speak anymore. Okay. And I'll hand over to you.
Okay. Thank you so much, John. And thank you all the participants across MENA, North Africa, and other parts of the world. I'm going to present the voices from the network through two of the case studies. One of them is going to give you samples of how you can spread and how you can reach out to different teachers. And the other one is going to give a picture of the Bahrain chapter of communities of practice. Before I present, I would like you all to take a good look at the picture on the screen. And what do you see in this picture? John, I can see the chat on my screen, so could you tell me any responses?
I can do. At the moment, we're still looking at chat from the previous session. So please ask the question again.
Okay. My question is to take a good look at the picture on the slide on the top left-hand corner. And what do you see in this picture? Could you just describe?
Oh yes, people are coming in now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, we've got a good answer here. Spelt with, interestingly, with 2 words, waterfall, flowing water.
Excellent. Now my next question is, how would you connect this picture with communities of practice?
With the environment, wild environment.
Okay, that's interesting.
Okay, so still quite a lot of description coming in. So if you want to ask the question again.
My question is, how would you associate, how would you connect this picture with communities of practice?
I think people are still on their second breakfast. Okay then, yes, Mona Al-Balushi, lifelong learning, she says, continuity, ...
Okay, yes, actually this connects with the very concept of communities of practice, which is the most recent British Council initiative, which launched in August 2020, and it will continue till August 2021. Am I right, John?
That's right.
Yes, and in this initiative, we are looking at teachers who are ready to share their experience, their expertise with the community of other teachers. So this picture basically of waterfall, of cascading waters, connects with education in the terms that cascading is linked with cascading of education, which means sharing of resources, experience, and knowledge with fellow professionals. And this is exactly what we are doing in communities of practice, where some teachers have volunteered to be leaders, and they intend to reach out to as many teachers as they can and train them till they see them becoming confident enough to be leaders themselves and train further. And this goes on and expands and leads further. So that's why this picture is here, just to conceptualize the communities of practice initiative. I would now go on to my first slide. Can we go to the next slide, John? Next, please.
Yeah, it's coming, it's coming.
Okay.
Hala? Just give us a second, sorry.
Sure. Okay, so this is my first case study, which I would like to share with you. And it is from the course which I taught in the last semester, which was called Teaching Practice and Seminars. So this was the course for my postgraduate diploma in education students. And in this course, I was supposed to supervise their teaching, and also we were supposed to have periodic seminars to reflect on their teaching. And for the seminars, because we were not supposed to meet due to lockdown, I came up with different options for each seminar. The first option was WhatsApp, where each of my practicing student teacher was supposed to post their reflective summary on the teaching that they had done, along with a 3 minutes voice message on their reflection. And the next task was they were supposed to read the peer reflections and comment on at least 2 of the peer reflections. So this is how we conducted the first seminar. The second, I used a Padlet where I created columns, because the focus of their reflection was instructional strategies. So as you can see, the columns were focused on the success strategy that they used, what made it successful, how could they improve it, and then what was their experience on the first video lesson that they created. For the last and the third seminar, I created a Microsoft Word file, which was shared with all the 15 students of mine, and each of them was supposed to post the best online application that worked for them in their video lesson. Now, why I'm sharing with you is, since we are into the Communities of Practice initiative, this can really work, reaching out to the teachers, because I have used this as a synchronous and asynchronous learning experience. They were supposed to post asynchronously, and then we had the Teams meeting for the live seminar, where we brought in these asynchronous contributions and we discussed each of them. So it was really a very enriching and a very beneficial, activity. And my students, they said that they actually learned more on these sessions than the face-to-face seminars we've had, because usually they used to come after 3 p.m. for the seminar. They are there till 5. They get really tired and exhausted because they come from school teaching. So they felt that this was really, which worked very well for them. And plus they have the evidence of their work. They could reflect, go back to it. Thank you so much. I'll go to the next slide. Next, please.
Yeah, it's coming. Just bear with us.
Okay. My second case is the Bahrain leaders of COP. I have here a summary of what the group of leaders has done so far. Well, we are just in very beginning stage and we have a long way to go. I did share the prompt questions with my fellow leaders and some colleagues, and well, here are the responses. I've just brought in the essence of their responses here. When asked what makes COP important, my group of leaders and my colleagues, they said connection, networking, synergies. And I think this is really the essence of what makes COP important. And when they were asked what makes COP effective, their responses were passion, because definitely there has to be a passion to run this initiative. Effective commitment, which means they really have to be committed to understand the needs of the other teacher and bring as much as possible richness and experience and expertise in helping them out. The relevance, because we are focusing on the online challenges that the community of teachers are facing currently. And of course, quality leadership, so that we are able to create a good structure, follow good plans, and come up with really positive and meaningful and good results, of training our members as leaders who can further continue the same initiative. So if you see in the summary, I've just got the summary of 3 of us over here. Ms. Marwa and Ms. Masuma are teaching in Jeddah Secondary Girls Schools, and while Ms. Marwa has 6 colleagues, under her leadership, Ms. Masuma has 1, and I have chosen 2 of my ex-graduate students, to train. We do plan to reach them through our own creative materials and do occasional feedback. We plan to meet them, monthly. And I also intend to pass on my own knowledge, which I get from the COP training sessions, which we will be having monthly. We plan to meet them on Teams. I also plan to meet them on Blackboard. what we have done so far is we have just had probably 1 or 2 meetings to orient them, and we do all of us plan to add more people, because as we go, you know, along the activity, we plan to be more confident and more aware of it, and we plan to add more members to it. And I think by March we are planning to develop the confidence in our members to become leaders and have the teachers under their mentorship be trained into, you know, their own challenges that they will share with them. Now, the reason what makes cascading of knowledge very connected to the COP initiative is because there are 2 benefits in this, which are teaching and learning. Because of course, when we teach, we share our expertise, our richness of experiences, and in teaching, there is also learning. So as the famous Roman proverb goes, when we teach, we learn. So when we teach, our own concepts become more clear, we go more deeper in them, and sometimes we find nuggets of new concepts, new information. So that is how, you know, I found that picture really connects with this initiative. And that's all I had to share with you. Thank you so much for having me on board.
Thank you, Dr. Nisha. Can I say something here?
Sure.
There is a question. There is only one question about what is community of practice, and I think what you are doing is really helping teachers, because you are in a position of training teachers who are already experienced teachers, who are already working in schools, but they are taking their diploma in education. So that's a good start with the community, your community.
Thank you, Ms. Nura.
John, would you like to say anything?
Yeah, I think it is a really good question. I think before we move on to the next speaker, let's deal with this one. So it's about a definition of community of practice, and there are also words in there that you used, synergy, for example, that people would like to get more of an idea of what these things actually mean. So can we start with that? What in your opinion is a community of practice? How would you define it?
Well, it is, you know, when people come together with a common initiative, and they are going to, and here the initiative that we are talking about is the community of teachers and the current challenge that they are facing, which has come to them in unprecedented, you know, circumstances. And we are, of course, focusing on one medium of reaching out to our students, to our community, and to all kind of resources that are connected with this profession, whether it's training ourselves, whether it is teaching, you know, our students, or, you know, reaching out to the community. The only resource left to us is online medium. And this is something which really needs attention and connection. And this is what is the communities of learning is currently, you know, going to be focusing on. And communities of practices, you know, also whatever we have been practicing, if we have mastered something, if we have developed an expertise in something, we share with the others, and we share with as many as we can till we make them confident, as I said, that they can guide and lead the others. And that's how, you know, that's why I see quite a lot of similarity in this initiative and the term cascading of knowledge, or just the waterfall, the picture of waterfall as I showed.
Okay, then maybe we just explore that a little bit more, because there are still some questions coming in about, so what is it exactly? So maybe perhaps a way to look at it would be to think about it in opposition to more traditional forms of teacher training. So a traditional form of teacher training, and I don't know if you agree with this, Nisha, is that a teacher would leave their place of work, if this is in service, and they would go to a training venue, and they would be there for a week, whatever, and then they would try and apply the knowledge that they had picked up during that week back in their own context. And a community of practice is fundamentally different from that in at least two really, really important ways. And the first is to do with how the content of learning is decided. So in a community of practice, then it's the group that decides what is to be learned. It isn't the trainer, right? It's the group that decides what the content is going to be. And the second, I suppose, fundamental difference when you're thinking about communities of practice for teachers is that it's an ongoing undertaking, an ongoing activity, and it's not one that is separate from the normal teaching process. So instead of going away somewhere for your training, then you are at the same time learning and teaching, which I think is one of the points that you were bringing out. So there's an opportunity in real time to try out what it is that you've been learning and looking at. So there's those two fundamental differences, and those two things, and many others, but those two things in particular, they lead to what we believe to be the key to successful professional development, to becoming a more effective teacher, and that is that teachers in this way take responsibility for their own learning. So they choose the content, and they choose when and how they're going to engage with the content, and they reach out, and I think this is perhaps what you're referring to in connection, they reach out to other practitioners who are in similar situations to them, and they say, okay, I'd like to use Edmodo next week with my year 7 class. I don't know how to do it, you do, can you help me? So it's conceptually, I think, quite straightforward, and it has real practical outputs, but it's part of communities of practice, is part of the idea of peer-to-peer collaboration, teachers working with other teachers to find solutions to teaching problems together. Yeah. The question about synergy as well. Yeah, sorry.
No, it's like, I just wanted to add to that this is exactly what happened, because the reason why I'm sharing the seminar options which I had chosen was because when my students, they had to switch from real teaching to the online teaching, they were really very nervous and they were wondering how to do. So I chose these methods to give them the examples of how they could use these mediums, because their two main concerns were, how do we know students are doing what we are telling them to do, and how can I do some kind of an formative assessment for them? So that is the reason why I chose these options, you know, so that they could have real walk through these examples, so that they know how to use these in reality. And many of them did use Padlet, you know, and they also use the Microsoft Forms, and they really learned how to use these with their students by the end of their entire, you know, teaching practice session.
Okay, Nora, any other questions for Nisha that have come up?
Yeah, there is a question about who should initiate this community of practice, the teacher, coordinator, or school principal. So this is a general one, not to Dr. Nisha.
John, would you like me to take this question?
Yes, please. Yes, okay. I've got some ideas as well, but yes, please. Yeah.
And if I miss something, you know, please do add if I miss something out here. Well, I would say that, you know, you volunteer to be the leader because maybe you would like to, you see things differently, you have probably some expertise, you have some experience where you can lead the people and you can also help them out with, you know, the issues or the learning, you know, gaps that they have. And then you work together, as John explained, you work together and find out what are the challenges, what are the skills, what are the gaps that they are experiencing, and you bring in your expertise to fill it with them. And in this doing, as I said, you might need to go back and check something where you might have your own gaps, because leaders are not the super experts. They are a little more experienced and more professional, I guess, more accomplished perhaps, to take this responsibility. But definitely, you need the leaders first, and then you have to set out, an invitation to the people to come. I'm here for you. You have things that you need to be developed, or you need my help. I'm here. Let me know what I can do for you. Thank you.
Okay, and it's a really, really good question. So where does it come from? You know, what's the driving force behind teachers coming together? I would say that these kinds of peer-to-peer collaboration happen every single minute of the day in every single staff room, excuse me, around the world. That teachers ask other teachers, I don't know how to do this, can you help? Okay, so I think at the very basic level, it comes from teachers. But the thing about communities of practice is that they normally involve some kind of institutional output as well. That the teachers not only come together to benefit themselves and their students, but they come together because they work for an institution, they work for a school, and that through what they do together, they can find a general solution to school-wide problems. For example, what kind of asynchronous platform to use. So it isn't just about teachers being the origin of this, it's also about school leaders, as Dr. Nishin said. It's also about leaders who are also interested in supporting supporting the outcomes of communities of practice. And within communities of practice, and again, I think this is something that is part of human nature, what we are doing all the time. There are some people within groups, teams, communities of practice who are in some way leaders. They may be leaders because they've got a personality that makes them want to organize things, or maybe they've got some particular skills that they want to share for whatever reason. And what we are doing at the British Council is we're helping those leaders of communities of practice to further develop their skills. So facilitation skills, organization skills, creating shared purpose, how to get the most out of these peer-to-peer collaborative groups. Okay, Nisha, thank you so much indeed. Please stay with us. We're now ready to move on to the next speaker, who is Nada Al-Habsi.
Yes, okay. I am here.
Hello, Nada.
Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you very much indeed. And Nada is going to build on this, the beginning of the definitions of what communities of practice mean. So hopefully, as well as Nisha and the discussion that we've had so far, Nada will be able to answer more fully your questions about what is a community of practice. Okay, Nada.
And what is interesting about Nada is that she has only 6 years of experience in teaching, and she is starting to be a leader and working with community of practice in Oman, and that is good for her professional development. I can see that is a big step forward. Thank you, Nada.
Thank you, Nora. Okay. Hello, everybody from all around the Middle East countries. This is Nada Al-Habsi. I talk to you from Oman. Okay, I will give you a short definition about the communities of practice. What does it mean, and why is it so important, and what makes it successful? Okay, to start with is, what are communities of practice? I found 2 good definitions of communities of practice. The first one is a community of practice is a group of people who share a common concern a set of problems or an interest topic and who come together to fulfill both individual and group goals. So they are a group of people. They could be teachers, workers, students, and they share the same problems or obstacles, and they try to find a solutions for these problems. The second good definition is community of practice describes a learning theory with a strong relationship to the social construction of knowledge. Okay, next. Okay. The second point to discuss in this presentation or this short presentation is why are communities of practice important for teachers? Okay, I could, these points is regarding to my points of view. The first point is community of practice is important for improving teachers' knowledge, express their knowledge and teaching as they will share their experience and strategies of teaching with each other. The second point to discuss is to manage arising problems and obstacles by describing them with their groups. Okay, so community of practice helps teachers to manage the arising problems with other teachers. The third point to discuss is the third point of why are communities of practice important is because it can widen teachers' horizon or raising up self-confidence of teachers. Community of practice helps much in raising up self-confidence of the teachers, especially those who face difficulties or those who are new in teaching. The fourth reason of the importance of community of practice because it could provide teachers with a professional, or it could provide teachers with the professional skills and competencies. And skills and competencies as they share the same experiences and the same strategies with each other. Okay, and this may lead or give the teachers the feeling of job satisfaction as well. Okay, then it could to find the solutions of nowadays issues as we are here in we can see that in the COVID-19 pandemic there are many communities of practice that appear just to overcome with the difficulties that teachers may face in online teaching. Then communities of practice is important because it helps teachers keeping up with the new technological methods, so the teachers could get the updates at once. Okay, the last point or last reason, but not least, is to build up the concept of cooperation between the teachers. So one teacher can share the others their new practices and methods, and the others, of course, could benefit from other teachers or the speakers' experiences. Next. The third point in this presentation to discuss is what makes a successful community of practice. The first
there are 5 things that make community of practice important in my point of view. The first one is a good trainer who are qualified and could give the members practices that match their needs. The second point is cooperating participants. Of course, the participants should achieve the cooperation and among them or among the one team, and each person should accept others' different points of view while discussing. The third point is effective means of communities or communications. Okay, we mean by means it is preferable to be alive. Each meeting between the members in a team or in a community of practice prefer to meet each other live, and even when using different online application as we are now in Teams and the other applications, for example, Zoom, just to keep the meeting alive. Okay, then participants should have similar interests in order to share.
Nada, excuse me.
Yes?
Excuse me, Nada. If there is any device nearby your laptop, please switch it off, because maybe a mobile phone, because the sound is poor. Thank you.
Okay. Is it okay now?
Yeah, it's okay now. Thank you.
The fourth point, which makes a successful community of practice, that participants should have similar interests, should share the same problems, the same obstacles, and knowledge and experience to then find a practical solution. The last point, which makes a successful community of practice, is supportive leadership or institution. And these institutions could sponsor the community of, could be the sponsor for the community of practice, and it could be a school, a Ministry of Education, or any other institutions, for example, the British Council, as we are here. That's all. Hope you benefit from my presentation or short presentation. Thank you so much. Yes, John?
Thank you so much indeed, Nada. We lost some of you at some point there, but we were able to follow from the slides. We've had quite a few questions coming in. There's a really good practical one, and we're all about practical things today. And it's maybe one for you and Nisha, so Nisha, please chip in as well. It's about the question about how do you set up, how do you start a community of practice?
Sorry, John? Could you please repeat?
I certainly can. Yeah, so lots of questions coming in for you about your presentation. And the question is, how do you set up a community of practice? What do you start with?
Of course, I will start. If I want to set up a community of practice, I could first I should have a problem or an ongoing issue that I have to get the solution for it, and then start by choose the member of the community of practice, the good trainer, and so on.
Okay, I think we've lost you there, Nada. So what if I understood, you're talking about shared purpose, talking about coming together around a particular problem, particular solution, and in this case, perhaps the problem might be to do with remote delivery, for example. Okay, then. So what about yourself, Nisha? What do you think on that? What's your advice about setting up a community of practice? Because that's one of the things that we're helping COP leaders do through our training program to set up communities of practice?
Yes.
John, from where I see, because I'm in the College of Education, and we are perpetually working as the community of practices, because this is what we do all the time, 24/7. We are training our students to be teachers, and we constantly remain connected with them. Even if they become, even if they graduate, they keep coming back to us. So we are perpetually living this, you know. So and how we, but we do practice both the roles as leaders and as teachers who need more, you know, skill on something. So when we need skills, we definitely have continuous seminars which keep going on in our campus within our institute, you know. So we have weekly seminars where each of us, if we have learned something, we've gained some skill, we've done some research, we regularly share and disseminate information, or we plan training sessions for each other. So that's how we carry on in our institute. And sometimes, you know, we have our students who express certain needs. So we kind of either refer them somewhere, or, you know, we tell them that we have certain training so they can join, or some workshops. Like I have many students whom I have referred to always to the British Council, you know, workshops and events. So that's what we do. And I think this, the initiative that has just launched, the COP, this is very good for us, because we're always looking forward to be helpful to the community. And that's why I would say, as a leader, I chose this, because I would like to reach out to as many as I can outside my campus also. But currently I did choose my own graduate students so that I can train them further, and they can meet the needs of others in their own community, you know, their own colleagues. So
Okay.
I hope this helps.
It does. Thank you very much indeed. So my own take on that, if I can interject just for a few seconds, to answer the question of how do you set up a community of practice, then I think the starting point is to build on relationships that you already have, and that, as I was saying earlier, it's a normal human thing for teachers all around the world to be already working together in order to help each other with some particular, you know, classroom issues. So I think that's the first element about using networks that already exist. Nada's point about coming together for a particular reason around a shared purpose, because there is an issue to be resolved, to be looked at. The choices Nada was saying about how to communicate, so what kind of platform you might use to communicate, but possibly the most important thing is about agreeing what it is that you are going to work on together. So through our community of practice program, we've developed materials that we think are particularly suited for teachers right now. So through the community of practice, and with the support of the community of practice leaders, and there's a question about what we mean by that coming up, which I'd like to ask Nisha, that we really help to strengthen what exists already, to strengthen the normal process of working as teachers working together. So that shared purpose, communication platform, what kind of things you're going to work on together, all of those things are really, really important and essential for setting up a community of practice. The question about leadership then, of COP leaders. You talk about trainers, both Nada and Nisha. We probably talk less about trainers and more about facilitators, I think, in the world of the community of practice. What do you think makes a good facilitator, Nisha? What are the qualities? What's the behaviours of people who are good at encouraging peer-to-peer collaboration?
I think the most important quality of a facilitator should be passion. because and as I said, effective commitment. You need to understand where the need is coming from. You need to understand the situation of crisis which your trainee probably is in. You need to connect with that, and then I guess it's you automatically connect with their requirements of training, the skills that they need, whatever the gaps they have. You kind of understand them. You need to understand them very well. But again, as I said, the most important thing is the passion and the effective commitment, that I feel, I empathize, and I know what you're going through. This is going to be the drive for the leaders. So you can't really force a leadership. You have to be sensitive to feel the need to be a good leader.
Okay, great. Nora, do you have any other questions? Oh, sorry, Nada, did you want to come back to us?
I think the good leadership should, if the leadership is
Nada, we've got a very bad connection there. Can you just try again, and as Nora says, to make sure that you're not being interfered with by any other devices?
Yeah. Thank you, Nada. There is a question about how can community of practice help students directly. So if teachers are engaged as leaders in community of practice, how can they improve their students' level?
Okay, Nisha, do you want to take that, and then we'll move on to the next?
I think this is going to be very automatic happening, that when the leaders they kind of train the teachers to be confident enough to deal with any crisis, the teachers will automatically transmit the confidence and the learning into their students. So this is why I had the picture of cascading waterfalls, because this effect is going to be passed on to their students by default. They don't have to need special skills to how do they transmit this to their students, because just like using these applications, when I trained my students, by third lesson they were automatically integrating them, embedding them in their online lesson plans. So it is going to happen. You don't have to worry about it, that if I'm spending time in training, how do I do this? So it's as John also explained, this is the ongoing, this is the integrated way that we work. You don't have to schedule time outside, of your teaching time. Thank you, John.
Great, thank you very much indeed. Then, so we're now ready to move on to the final speaker in this session, Mariam Al-Hamad from Bahrain. She's going to be talking about developing a positive culture within communities of practice. Are we ready?
Hello everybody, I'm so happy and excited today to share with you my very short experience with COP. My topic is about how to establish a very successful community of practice. Today, I will talk about pillars or foundations for establishing such a community. What is community of practice? What do we mean by that? It means groups of people who share a concern, passion, or interest for something they do and learn how to do it better by interacting on a regular basis. So the first pillars we are going to talk about is people, the heart and mind of any community. To form that community, we need to enrich a culture. We need to answer 4 main questions: who, what, why, and how. This is the first pillar, to enrich this culture. And that is who. Who are these people who are going to join? What subjects they are teaching? What is their experience, their relationship with teachers, with other teachers? teachers, with other teachers, with the field. How passionate are they? Are they risk takers? How do they connect online or offline? How do they share knowledge, needs, skills, and challenges? To what extent, and this is very important, they value their role as teachers? The second question is what? What do I mean by community of practice? They should know in detail the full picture, the concepts, the structure of COP. That it is a gate to share knowledge. It's for people to connect, to share and apply new ideas, in order to make them better, by all means. I guess we are always better together. The third question is why. Why shall I join a COP? Most of us know what they are doing, they know how they do things, but why is always missing. They should understand that it would enable them to explore, implement, and connect with others who share the same passion and learn from each other and evolve. The fourth question is how. How can it be effective? Community of practice is driven by the value it brings to the members. It helps them to be more effective by applying certain criteria, by sharing knowledge and enjoying learning. As John Stipper illustrated in 5 elements of working out loud. Yet, we need to understand that it takes time to establish this culture. It takes time to mature. After establishing this culture, we need a space or a passion playground to try something new, to prevent, to reinvent something old, to mix old and new. A space where we can share stories, exchange knowledge, ask questions, tackle challenges. This space, which I call the lab, can be a WhatsApp group, Moodle, Google Classroom, any platform which teachers feel comfortable with. From that lab, teachers need a product, something they really need, something practical and concrete, something meaningful. They need to translate all these talks and experiments to constructing a learning experience. We need a plan, a simple plan. And allow me here to highlight that there is a very big shift in teaching today. Today, teaching is totally different from teaching a year ago. But did we as teachers make that leap? There is a missing dimension in distance learning, in remote teaching, where students are interacting with laptops, Chromebooks, mobiles, and iPads. And that is the social and emotional dimension. This is why we need a plan that helps us to construct a life-based learning that is meaningful, that enables the teacher to look at each student as a unique human being, not as one full pack. They need to connect to students' life, to solve their problems. They need to tackle students according to their abilities and interests, to empower them with 21st century skills, lead them to invent a life-based learning that nourish their emotional intelligence, which is responsible for 80% of success in life, according to Daniel Goleman. We need to move beyond the textbook pages to reach what students really need to learn by the end of the year. A plan that focuses on games that have better impact. This plan needs a model to support it, a model to ensure full engagement throughout the lesson. That means from full engagement from whole class to group work, to pair work, to individual work, till we reach a reliable assessment. We need a model with clear input and clear output, a model in which we can track progress. The stars and the hearts there are to highlight emotional intelligence and also motivation. We need a model that observes all its elements, all that teaching, learning experience elements. And that model these are the elements that we should really consider. So it's like a learning journey where we have two important elements, and that is a plan and a model or a map for that learning journey. For that journey, we also have tools that represent meaningful knowledge, engagement, reliable assessment, tracking tools, motivation, and of course communication with both students and parents. The last pillar is a multi-device for both assessing and planning, a device that can be used to assess and plan the COP activities. How do we get feedback from all the members, even those that sit in the back and they just consume knowledge? We need to ask them for feedback. We have that lovely spider-gram in which we can look at all these aspects of COP, whether it's projects, conversations, all kinds of things. We need to know what is the immediate value of that COP, like watching webinars. What's the immediate value? What we have to find out, did they explore their potential values? Did they apply these values? Did they realize that there is something changing? They have to ask and question themselves, what has been changing in me, in my organization? How did I help in changing the students? We can also use another way, which was mentioned by Winger, a paper published in the internet, and that is we have to evaluate and look and reflect by using stories, by sharing stories about how things are moving, how things are changing. Now, according to these pillars, what did I do so far? Let me summarize what I did so far according to these pillars. I contacted teachers, called them one by one, and explained to them, answered all their questions. I have 6 wonderful teachers: Elvin, Amal, Sama, Atika, Hawra, and Anthony. And you can see that. Can you go back please to the first slide? Can you see that? We created a WhatsApp. I did not choose a name or a logo for that WhatsApp. That was their first task, to choose a name and a logo. And as you can see, they have chosen that wonderful name, Bahrain Digital Leaders, and that wonderful logo, which I really love, was created by Elvin. Another platform we use is Google Classroom. You see, I asked them, what about Edmodo? But they thought, no, we want something familiar. You need to have something that is really makes them feel comfortable. And all this will give them the sense of community, belonging, ownership. The third thing I did, we introduced ourselves to each other. I made a Google form to know them better. What are their needs, interests, experience, all kinds of questions you can imagine. Classes, subjects, We shared workshops, as Hala webinar series, for example, along with other documents, videos, articles, events, and news, and even some jokes. For now, we're about to start our first experiment in the lab, and that is by discussing a lesson plan. And we have to find out how can we deliver that using a plan and a model. Dear all, at the beginning of each school year, we start by saying happy academic year. Maybe it's time to say happy academic year. Thank you.
Mariam, thank you very much indeed. Your voice wasn't particularly clear, but I did pick up on some things that I thought were particularly important in helping us to understand more about these three fundamental things that we've set ourselves for this session, which is to understand what a community of practice is, to understand what its benefits are, and to understand how to set them up. And on the last question about how to set them up, I was particularly interested to hear what you were saying about the choice of platform and what you were saying about prioritizing needs and about experimentation. Because I think in a nutshell, as many people like to say, that sums up one important principle that we need to leave you with about communities of practice, that the approach are totally and absolutely bottom up, and the choice about what you do and how you do it and for what purpose is with the people who are part of the community of practice. So as we were saying earlier with Nisha, the idea that learning is in some way imposed or top down or dictated by a trainer, for example, that's the opposite of what we're talking about, the opposite of peer-to-peer collaboration, and that the role of facilitator, which you exemplified in how you approached setting up a community of practice, which is to listen, to look at needs, to prioritize them, to agree together on platforms, for example. That's the approach, that's essential. So we're coming up to lunchtime now, and I just wanted to say a few things. First of all, thank you so much to all of our presenters this morning. I'd like to thank Diana, Asil, Nada, and Nisha and Mariam for taking us very elegantly and eloquently through our two main topics that we've been talking about this morning, which is about this new remote delivery environment. So we're talking about constraints and opportunities, we're talking about teacher skills, we're talking about learner challenge, and how to meet some of those challenges, not through top-down face-to-face training, but to come together as practitioners, World Teachers Day, of course, to come together as practitioners, to work together, to take responsibility for our own professional learning and professional development. So we're going to ask you shortly to do a number of things over lunchtime. They're all good things. They won't interfere with your eating, of course. So we've got a poll that we would like you to have a look at, which is about rating. It's a very easy poll. It will take you 5 seconds, that's all, which is to rate how you feel currently your remote delivery skills are. Okay, so that's the first thing, and the link to that is in the question and answer box. We would also like you to have a look at the wall over coffee, the conference wall, to see who's saying what, from whom, and to, if you recognize any of your colleagues, friends, then to reach out to them. Okay, and I think also, Hala, is there anything at this stage that you would like to say about either the lunchtime poll or the coffee war?
Not very much from what you already said, John. Thank you very much, everybody. That was fantastic. Great input, great sessions, great insights. And I'm particularly impressed by how you all overcame the technical obstacles today. Whether through sending WhatsApp voice messages or recording yourself in advance, that was brilliant. I just want to second John in encouraging you to take the lunchtime poll. It's about your remote teaching skills. Noura will be posting the voting link in a minute. Also, if you'd like to look at what other participants say about the remote teaching skills, check out the live results of the poll. Noura also will be posting the link for the live results in the Q&A box in a minute. And don't forget to check out the MENA conference wall to see what people are saying there. And we're going to share now with you, more importantly, the link for your afternoon conference slot. So watch out the box now. Noura will be posting to you the link to join our live event in the afternoon, part 2 of the MENA regional conference. And we're looking forward to seeing you again at 2 p.m. Egypt time using the new link that Noura is posting in a minute in the Q&A box. If we have anything else to add, John, would you like to?
Yeah, it's okay. 1 p.m. Egypt time.
Really? Is it 1 p.m.? Okay.
It is, yes. So we've got 50 minutes break to look at the wall, do the poll, and have a nice bit of lunch. So okay. Okay then. So as soon as you've got the link is in your joining instructions for the afternoon session. Okay. But the link is also in the question and answer box, so it's important that you follow that link for the afternoon session. And just to heads up, we'll be looking at some practical examples after the break around social media, around synchronous and asynchronous platforms for use in the virtual environment. And then we'll be taking a look at the future and blended learning, last thing. Okay, thank you very much for taking part this morning in the first 2 sessions, and looking forward to you rejoining us for the sessions this afternoon. And thank you, as Hala was saying, to everybody that's made a contribution this morning. Thank you. See you this afternoon and have a good lunch.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Hala.
Okay.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Hala. Enjoy your lunch break.
Houston.
Thank you very much and welcome back, everybody. And thank you for staying with us for the second part of MENA Regional Conference, Virtual Learning for Teachers and Learners Doing It Together. This is Hala Ahmed from the British Council. I'm based in Egypt, and I'm really happy that many of you managed to stay with us for the 2 parts of our first MENA Regional online conference ever. Thanks for doing the first poll during your breakfast time, and it was about where you're from and how you're feeling, and actually the how many people took the poll. It's around 170 participants took the poll, and they said they come from various countries like Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Oman, Jeddah, Lebanon, Iraq, Pakistan, India, lots of countries, and how they responded to the second half of the question. How are you feeling? They said they feel excited, they feel good, they feel happy, they feel very good. Somebody said thank God, thank Allah, and I'm feeling good, open-minded, feeling great, satisfied, and lots of positive vibes for the first breakfast poll. For the other poll about the remote teaching skills, Let's see how many people responded to this one. It was done during your lunchtime. And let's present that. Yeah, it's around 114 participants took the poll. And the question was, how are your remote teaching skills, with 4 options: awesome, so-so, sad story, good, and still learning. So 33 of you said that their remote teaching skills are awesome, 13 said so-so, 2 said sad story, and 66 said it's good, but they're also still learning, and this is the spirit we'd like to see here. Continuous learning, continuous professional development. And my colleague Noura is going to post the link for the remote teaching skills poll once more in the Q&A box. So please, if you haven't taken this poll, please do take it now. Also, we looked at the MENA regional conference wall, and it's actually buzzing with your comments and contributions. And so far, 224 contributors posted comments on the MENA regional conference wall, and it's all positive. Hi from Saudi Arabia, the MAM, and it will be a silver lion and great opportunity to direct learners to join this community of learning. That's a powerful comment. Really nice and useful information that you are discussing, and do more of this kind of positive, inspiring contribution. So please keep doing this, keep checking the wall, post your comments or comment on somebody else's contribution. Today's session, or to this part of the conference, is the afternoon part, and we have 3 fire quick practical presentations, or this is how we call them. So in this part of the conference, you should expect very practical ideas on a range of remote teaching areas. And this part of the conference is named as I'm Virtually Fluent. So it discusses how fluent our teachers from MENA can be when it comes to virtual teaching and learning. We have 3 presenters for this part. We have Zainab Khwaira from Palestine, who's going to talk to us about students' interaction and collaboration in an online classroom. We also have Safa Marnoui, who is from Tunisia, and she's going to talk to us about e-learning during lockdown. And we also have Fathiya Rif'i, who is from Egypt, and she's going to talk to us about social media for learning. We might not follow the same order as you see it on the screen, because we will start with Safa. Safa is ready, while Zainab and Fathiya are still figuring out some technical issues on locally with their internet connection. All right, without any further ado, I'm going to let Safa start her presentation. Safa, are you ready?
Yes, thank you. Yes, I'm ready.
I'm going to share your slides now. Safa, please.
Okay, hello everyone. This is Safa speaking to you from Oman. I'm an English teacher at the Center for Language and Foundation Studies at AC Oman. This center offers courses in English, Math, and IT to foundation students before joining their colleges. I will refer to this center later as CLFS. The title of my quick-fire presentation is E-Learning During Lockdown, Use of MLS and Social Media. So I'm here today to share with you my experience on online education as part of the center teaching team and how we use different MLS and social media at different stages. I hope that you will find this presentation useful. So to do so, I divided my talk into 3 main parts, as you can see. First, I will give a brief background about the Language Center and the usage of learning before COVID-19 in general. Then I will move to, I will shed lights on the usage of different MLS, mainly Moodle and social media at different stages during lockdown. And finally, we will look together at the advantages and disadvantages of online education based on my experience. Next. Okay, let's start with the first part. Okay. The first part, which is background on online teaching and e-learning in CLFS. Actually, prior to lockdown and COVID-19 crisis, like many schools and universities around the world, CLFS did not have any real experience on online education. It means all courses were 100% face-to-face. However, it's worth mentioning that since 2017, the center has started using Moodle as an e-learning platform. So Moodle, for those who aren't familiar with Moodle, is an acronym for Modular Object Oriented Dynamic Learning Environment. Actually, it's an open source learning management system. Okay, we refer to it as LMS, like Edmodo, Google Classroom, Blackboard Learn, and so on. So in our center, Moodle has been used by all teachers to post important files such as course descriptors, delivery plans, and course materials, assessments, activities. Concerning assessments for us, for English, at the beginning we use it as short quizzes, but fortunately, in January 2020, before the lockdown, full English exams with all components, reading, listening, grammar, vocab, and writing, were completely conducted on Moodle. Students at that time were trained and get used to it, and exams were conducted smoothly under teachers' invigilation in computer labs on campus. Now we'll move to CLFS and the use of MLS and social media during lockdown. Actually, concerning this, there were two phases. Okay, previous one, yeah, this one. The first phase came directly after the decision of lockdown, which started from 16th of March. So at that time, the center decided to continue teaching since it was we were at the mid of the semester. So we resorted to asynchronous online teaching, which does not require real-time interaction, because at that time there was no agreement on using specific online video conference software. So it was agreed to use Moodle as the main e-learning platform to post PowerPoint lessons and explanations for our students. Teachers also created WhatsApp groups to facilitate their communication with their students. Some teachers also recorded short video lessons and share them with their students via different social media, WhatsApp and Instagram. The second phase started in May, and it was characterized by the use of a mixture of asynchronous and synchronous online teaching. So in addition to the use of the previous tools used in the phase one, it was agreed to use live video conference platforms for classes such as Big Blue Button for some period of time, and then we move it to Microsoft Teams. We also used a soft copy of the course book, which we used. Somehow it was interactive in addition to online games. At the end of the academic year, we learned many things, and more importantly, as teachers experiencing online education for the first time. Next. Okay, the next slide, we will look at some advantages and disadvantages learned from online experience. As you can see here, there were many advantages. Actually, it showed our readiness as a center and our ability to adapt to change and risks. It was an opportunity for all teachers and students to work and improve their IT skills. It was an opportunity for teachers to attend and get advantages of free online workshops. It was an opportunity for students to be more autonomous. Also, it was an opportunity for students to be close to their families instead of homesickness. It reduced students' fake and traditional excuses, such as missing homework. Sometimes students say, we missed the homework at home, so they can't say that at that time. And also missing deadlines. Also, it reduced students' complaints and fostered the bond between teachers and students as they could reach their teachers easily via WhatsApp. Also, and most importantly, it was the safest way to keep social distancing. So these are the advantages. And on the other hand, there are also many disadvantages. We can name some students had reported having poor network coverage or connection, in addition to technical issues, difficulties. Some of the students live in big families, so during the online live classes, you could hear so much noise that affected students' concentration. Some of the teachers as well have small children, and this made them feel stressful during classes. Staying at home for a long time created a feeling of dullness for students as well as for teachers. Some of the shy students as well remained silent during online live classes, which was a big problem. So we tried our best to motivate them and engage them during online classes. Some students just enter the online live classes to mark their attendance. You know, for Microsoft Teams, you can attend, but the teacher can't know if you are really following or not, only if the teacher asks the student. Many students also reported that they have a big issue in understanding while having online classes, so it's related to learning styles. And finally, I can say cheating and dealing with academic integrity were among the challenges faced. Actually, in our center, we try to reduce this problem as much as possible by creating different versions for exams. We use also Turnitin for students writing to check for plagiarism. We also have live speaking for presentation tests with cameras on and with cameras on via Microsoft Teams. So these are the main advantages and disadvantages learned from the experience. Of course, there are others, but these are my personal, let's say, personal deduction. At the end, I would like to thank all my colleagues at the Salafest, the director of the center, Dr. Walid Al-Harthi, and ASU as a whole for their efforts and dedication to have a smooth transition to online teaching, which will be our choice for this academic year, and hopefully it will be successful as well. That's all for my presentation. Thank you for listening. I hope that you enjoyed it, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Safa. That was very interesting and focused indeed. And I think you've been telling us now an authentic story from your real experience, from your own teaching context to where you teach learners. And you're giving also us an insight into a very, I think it's a very interesting experience, because you already in your educational institute, you already started online learning using Moodle even before COVID hit the globe. But But it was interesting now to hear you talking about a different layer of challenge when the learning disruption was magnified during the lockdown, and it's not now an option, it's not now, you know, something you blend into your educational programs as you did before COVID. It's a must, and it's something you need to maximize to ensure that all the students are enrolled and connected, and they have access to their lessons and their education. So that was very interesting to hear. Thank you very much. John, did you get us any interesting questions from the chat box?
I did, yes. We've had a rich harvest there, and there are some just some general points which I'd like to touch on first that are reoccurring themes, I think, in terms of how people are responding. The first is about teacher welfare, I think, and teacher recognition and support, psychological support, especially now and especially in fragile contexts. I think that's an area where we can really provide some help and guidance and some support, I think, in a general sense. Cheating has reared its ugly head again, and I think that when we look at through the Ask Hala webinar series webinar on online assessment, then we ought to have a particular focus on so much on cheating, I suppose, but in terms of matching kind of assessment with returns with identity, let's say. And another general point, I think, which is related to learning, assessing online learning, is about this thing. How do we move from making the virtual environment one where people are present to one where people are learning, if you see what I mean? That it's one thing having the skills as a teacher and the knowledge of the platforms to get their students and learners in there, but how do we make sure that they're actually learning when they're in there? So I think there's some general themes coming out there that relate also to the morning session. Specifically then, sorry to go on, specifically then, yeah, I think there's quite a bit on a good starting point, I think, for the afternoon is the question of what is the difference between synchronous and asynchronous teaching or learning. So, sorry, that's one of the questions. Okay. Other questions around what is an MLS exactly? So a bit more detail on that would be good. And I think a question about balance and how did you choose to have this particular configuration of platforms and learning? So difference between synchronous and asynchronous, a bit more explanation as to what an MLS is, and to explain a little bit more about, especially on the last slide, about choices around which platforms to use, etc.
Safa?
Yeah.
Happy to answer the first question.
Which is the difference between synchronous and asynchronous?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, actually, it was the first choice to follow and continue our teaching using asynchronous, which doesn't require face-to-face interaction. So WhatsApp is one of the options for us to interact with students. Moodle also is one of the platforms for asynchronous. It means it's not live. Now we are interacting with each other, but using WhatsApp or Moodle, it was not live. So you can't have live interaction with your students. So synchronous and asynchronous, it means the difference between them is having live or let's say this is the difference, live and not live teaching, let's say. So I hope I answered in an easy way for our colleagues. Okay, this is the first question. Second question was about.
Yeah, it was about more about what is an LMS, what is Moodle? Can you just talk a little bit more about that?
Okay. Yes, sure. So for Moodle, it's a e-learning platform. Actually, It was there since 2017, so we use it for sharing documents with our students. We can say it's similar to Google Classroom. You can create quizzes, you can have forums, discussion, you can share announcements. So it helps us to share information with our students. So it's an e-learning platform, okay? And LMS, it's a short form or acronym for Learning Management System. And Moodle is an acronym. So it's a modular, object-oriented dynamic learning environment. So this is an acronym. And LMS, Learning Management System, like Edmodo, if you heard about it, and Google Classroom. So this is in short.
Can I just ask a quick clarification? With Moodle, for example, are you able to track the progress of your learners?
Yes, sure. Using assessments, we can easily, let's say, follow up the progress of our students through continuous assessments and continuous quizzes. We have almost 6 continuous assessments. Let's say every week, at the end of each week, we have like short quiz. And as you know, continuous assessment reveal students' progress, and it was useful for us to use Moodle. Yeah.
Safa, thank you very much. I'd like to go perhaps to the first question about the differences between synchronous and asynchronous teaching using different platforms. In your experience, which method has proven to be more successful? Synchronous or asynchronous, or was it a combination of both? Can you tell us more about this, please?
Thank you, Hala. Actually, from my experience, I think mixing both will be more effective, because online classes is different from face-to-face classes. So if we are teaching, for example, 20 hours a week per week, it doesn't mean that we have to teach 20 hours face-to-face live videos. So for students, we can give them assignments. Okay, so when we say assignments, these are asynchronous. It means we give them assignments to do. So it's for them to, we give them deadlines. So it's for them to do research and find the answers for the questions. So, and for synchronous, it's live. So you can have interaction, live interaction with your students. So we need both. So it's a mixture, I think. And I think this option, I think most teachers agree with me that mixing both of them will be beneficial for students and teachers.
Right. John, if you don't have any questions coming from the Q&A box, I have one more, if this is okay.
I do have the other.
Okay, so you go ahead. Okay.
Yeah, sorry. It was about this sort of deliberate choices about how did you that was the third question, about how did you choose? Why did you choose Moodle, for example? Why didn't you choose Edmodo? Why did you use the soft copy of the course book rather than digital material? So just if you say something about, because I think this is very interesting for many teachers and many institutions. Because there's so much out there, it's about choosing the best, most effective, most suitable platforms and content. Can you say something about that choice? Was it your choice? Did you work with colleagues, or what? How did it work?
So the choice of Moodle was, let's say, chosen since 2017. So it was not because of COVID-19. So when we came to lockdown, we found ourselves, let's say, somehow ready, and we embraced the change easily. So we were lucky to move to online education without facing any difficulty, whether with teachers or students. And also we started training in advance. So teachers, they had trainings on how to prepare quizzes, on how to upload materials on Moodle. So it was not in one day. So it was a process. So it was not the choice because of COVID-19. Actually, it was we were ready. So that's it. So it was not because of COVID-19 we selected Moodle. So and maybe for Microsoft Teams, yes, we tried first BBB, Big Blue Button. It was integrated on Moodle, so it's similar to Microsoft Teams. But later, because Microsoft Teams, let's say, user-friendly, maybe we resorted to the use of Microsoft Teams. So and based on teachers and students' feedback, of course. And we had many meetings, contingency meetings, contingency plans. So, and of course, it's not a one-person decision, it's a whole university and a whole center. I hope I answered your question. All right?
You certainly did, and sorry, Hala, if there was another question that links very nicely into this, more of a comment. Did you find it all a bit overwhelming? The question that was in the chat was about WhatsApp and about you know, this kind of permanent contact with students. Do you find that? I mean, in this new digital online reality, that you're having to work many more hours, and that you know, you've got constant barrage of requests and assignments coming in on all sorts of different platforms and on different tools.
Yeah. So as you said, for the use of WhatsApp, it was to make it easy for students to reach teachers and vice versa. The problem for some teachers, they couldn't stop students, and they were working 24 hours, and students, they expect their teachers to answer them instantly. So it was a little bit stressful, especially in the first phase. So because it was the first experience for everyone, and the second phase, teachers informed students about office hours, that let's say after 4 I won't reply you, and so on. So it's about experience. We learn from experience. That's it. So
okay, and maybe just to follow up on that as well, if I may, Hala. Donna, who's been very active in the chat box, poses a very good question. It was a question that I asked myself many times as well. I think it's a really good one. You know, WhatsApp for learning, WhatsApp, social media, not professional learning. Do you find that there's you know, either opposition from the teachers that you work with, or indeed learners not taking communication with their teachers seriously on WhatsApp?
So WhatsApp was not the only main tool to communicate with students or to teach students. As I mentioned in my presentation, it was one of the tools. And teachers, it's good for students with poor network, because some of the students, they don't have a good network. So we send, let's say, the summary of the lesson, screenshots, and so on. So they don't have any excuse of missing any information or deadlines and so on. So WhatsApp, it was really helpful for us in both spaces. And as a teacher, I recommend it to be used to follow up with students, to avoid any excuses for missing deadlines, for missing exams, and so on. This is my personal opinion.
Okay, thank you. There are some other questions, but they're more of a general nature. So that's it for the questions for Safa for the moment.
Thanks, John. My question is really about autonomy, Safa, and in your slide about the advantages, you mentioned that it was one of the positives of this online experience in your institution was creating an opportunity for students to be more autonomous. So do you have any practical tips or ideas for our audience today on how to use the different platforms you've mentioned, Moodle, WhatsApp, and others, to promote the students' autonomy and independence as learners? Because I think this is one of the things that we will be keen on developing in the future. Everybody, I mean teachers, teacher educators, because with this new reality, autonomy and independence is key. You cannot do everything to the students. You need to put them on the first steps of becoming more independent learners. Any practical ideas, whether using WhatsApp, Moodle, or other platforms?
Thank you, Hala, for the good question. Actually, our aim is to have autonomous students. So students were forced to be autonomous, okay, and not spoon-fed, and they will learn by doing. For example, IT, technology, Microsoft Teams, all these devices and tools were new for them. So they have to ask, they have to work on themselves, they have to improve their skills. So this is included in autonomy and autonomous students. So it promotes these tools, Moodle, WhatsApp, and all this online education. It promotes students' autonomy as, for example, when we give them work or assignment, so they can work individually or in groups. They have the internet. They can look for many sources, and they can be selective. Sometimes they have very good questions. They say, teacher, you taught this and we found this. So also this is, let's say, good for their critical thinking. So they start to look at different resources, not only the teacher. So maybe because before in the traditional classes, they were only looking for the teachers as the source of information. Now, because of these technologies and these platforms, students unconsciously started to become autonomous. So this is one of the advantages, and we want students to be autonomous.
Yeah, thanks, Safa. Thanks a lot. And to build on what you've just said, in the IATEFL event on the 3rd of October, there was a panel discussion done by the British Council and some of our colleagues in the IATEFL, and we were talking about the future of education. Actually, what you said was represented a big deal of a big part of the discussion. It's the 21st century skills and how to promote these skills, especially these days. So the 21st century skills have been something that we've been preaching for a long time. We've been talking about for a long time. We've been encouraging teachers and teacher educators to integrate in their classrooms for so long time. But it was more of preaching than application or than real practice. And we all agreed that COVID, I mean, there is always a silver lining in each cloud. COVID is a global pandemic, but it's also an opportunity for the education sector, indeed, to put all of these abstract ideals into practice. We've been talking about, oh yeah, 21st centuries are great, are cool, yeah, but what does it mean in reality? What does it mean in an actual classroom? What does it even mean for a parent, for a student? So and exactly, and one of I think one of the main gateways we need to put our students in front of is autonomy. The 21st century citizen is global, is autonomous, is a critical thinker, is an analyst. All of this is social responsible, is emotional regulator, is a digital aware citizen. All of these 21st century skills can be boosted and can be promoted if only our students become more autonomous. So that, thanks for this one. If John doesn't have any other questions coming from the Q&A, I have one more. John, do you wanna? Did you get anything?
There are no more questions from the Q&A, and I think we're gradually resolving the technical issues, I think, gradually. But yes, so if you've got one last question, I think that would be great, yes?
Yeah, one last question, Safa, if you're still with us. Are you? I think we lost Safa.
Ask me instead.
Okay. I think we lost Safa. She's got a problem with her internet too. I was notified now that we're receiving some voice recordings from our next speaker, who is Fathiya.
Okay. I'm just checking on that too as well. It's interesting because you know, a number of questions were around the use of social media for professional learning purposes, mostly for learners, of course, but also for teachers, and that it's something that is, you know, really very much at the heart of what we're doing through the community of practice and the Strengthening Teacher Networks initiative, that WhatsApp plus Edmodo, and there was a question about what's the difference between Edmodo and Moodle. They're central to the way that we operate, but used for different functions and different purposes, which we discussed, didn't we, Heather, about you know, what do you use WhatsApp for, what do you use Edmodo for, what are the differences, you know?
Yeah, and I think also what was interesting from Safa's discussion and the discussions we've been having since early morning is there is no one size fits all. So you cannot simply say that Moodle is the ultimate asynchronous platform or Edmodo is the ultimate platform. I think when we make our choices, we must be very aware of the local context in terms of, is this platform for free? Is my institution going to pay for it? What level of familiarity my teachers have? What level of popularity the platform has amongst the parents and the family and the students. So I think it's not just going with the trend, it's rather an informed decision based on your accurate reading to your local context. This is what I learned from all of this.
Okay, then I think we're ready now to go to Fathiya.
Okay.
Hello everybody, this is Fathiya Rizqi, a teacher of English. I work for Al-Azhar English Training Center, which is a partnership between Al-Azhar in Egypt and the British Council. So it's my pleasure to be with you today at the World Teachers Day conference. And thanks for giving me the opportunity to share my experience in online teaching. Today's presentation is about using social media for learning. And I'll be referring to my experience in using Facebook to support teaching English to my class. So in this session, we will review some key concepts in online teaching and learning. We will also learn about some possible uses of Facebook groups in ESL teaching. And we will possibly leave with some reflections and thoughts on the pros and cons of using Facebook. So let's start. In online teaching, we have three main scenarios. The first one is that the student might be working with a teacher in live online classes and outside class hours, or what we call sometimes synchronously and asynchronously. The second scenario is that the student might be working on online content, so they might have access to the online content without the support of the teacher. In the third scenario, the online course might be offering both options, an online content as well as a teacher who offers live classes and help with the online content. In this picture, we have examples that show the three scenarios of online teaching. Moreover, we can look at these websites from a different perspective. So websites like Canvas offer features for running a course. So we call them VLE, which is Virtual Learning Environments, or LMS, Learning Management Systems. On the other hand, the second group, which is Facebook group, WhatsApp, Telegram, they are online groups that support communication between teachers and learners. So they are considered to be rather informal ways of communication. We usually call them PLN, or Personal Learning Networks. It's worth mentioning here that both PLE and PLN can be used in both online and face-to-face courses.
I've been notified now that Fathia is encountering a problem with recording more voice messages. But as she mentioned, some of these platforms are VLE or virtual learning platforms or LMS learning management systems. And some of these are PLN or professional learning networks, where it's not really a system like Canvas or Moodle or Edmodo. It's more of communities where people, students or teachers cluster together for the purpose of professional learning, and they represent more of networks rather than managing systems like Facebook groups, WhatsApp groups, or Telegrams. What we can see on the screen now is a screenshot from Fathia's classes. That's an example of one of Fathia's online classes. I think she's using Facebook in this case, and her class is called the Pearls. And as Fathia mentioned in the beginning, that she works for the Al-Azhar Language and English Training Center. So as you can see from the presentation, she uses the Facebook for socializing and maintaining rapport with learners. And it also helps to build connections between learners, because you know, when you use Facebook, you can click like, you can send an emoji, and people like that. People like external approvals from somebody else, so it's good for building connections. It's an alternative platform in emergencies. After you set up your Zoom live sessions or your Microsoft Teams live sessions, then they crash. They simply can go to the Facebook group, and they find the content uploaded there, and everything and instructions are uploaded there. They can handle this on their own. And of course, you can organize the content on Facebook by using posts. You can even tag a topic in the posts, and you can organize the content into learning units. These are two important features in Facebook groups. I think this is something interesting that Fathia did with her students, is to have the option, or to use the option in Facebook for events when you schedule events. So the picture you can see now is an example of using Facebook events to schedule a cooking show for her class. And the picture, of course, I don't know if you're following the Egyptian cinema, but the picture is taken from a very well-known Egyptian movie, a comic movie, about somebody who went into a cooking show or a cooking competition, and it was a complete disaster. It failed dramatically. Of course, I hope you can recognize the movie. I mean, she's speaking the language her learners speak. She's meeting her learners where they are. So where are my learners? They are on Facebook, they are on social media, and they watch movies. So I go where they are. She used real life online activities, and she used the polls, which is another good feature in Facebook events. We've covered that. And she used also the watch party option in Facebook, where she invites her students either for parties, real parties, or a discussion or something. When I say parties on Facebook, this is not undermining the value of Facebook for educational purposes. Let's not forget the importance of the social emotional learning element in all of that. We've been in lockdown for 7 months now, and perhaps it continues through the future. So social emotional support for the students is essential. It's very important. Do we get any questions from the chat, from the question answer box, John?
We've got two really interesting questions actually that lead us very nicely into the next session. In fact, so I was going to just ask those at the end as a way of introducing the next session. I think one area that I think people are interested in, that it would be good to get your opinion, and now that Safa is back, her opinion too. It's this whole thing around blended learning. We've looked at synchronous, asynchronous. We've looked at social media platforms for professional learning like Facebook and etc. So there's face-to-face in there somewhere. So schools are reopening, not everywhere, and no doubt schools will close again. But that question there about making the deliberate choice, okay, I'm going to use WhatsApp for this, I'm going to use Moodle for this, I'm going to use Facebook for that, and how am I going to use now the face-to-face time that I have with my students? You know, that's the fundamental question, I think, and it'd be interesting to get Safa's thoughts on that. You know, what you've done so far, how that's being influenced by possibilities to return to face-to-face teaching.
Thank you, John. Actually, it's a good question. Actually, we planned, let's say, since this September, to have blended learning, but unfortunately, the plan changed because of the situation and, you know, the spread, the second phase of COVID-19. So unfortunately, we couldn't have face-to-face classes. So hopefully in the future, we go back to, let's say, blended learning. Okay, so now students, they are familiar with online education, and of course the idea of blended learning is very strong. So, and many courses, maybe they will resort to online, or they change the mode of teaching, who knows. And you know, online education will be as one of the teaching strategies or modes in the next few years. So blended learning is one of, let's say, mode of teaching with that will have it in the future. for sure.
Okay, I couldn't agree more with that. Hala, I've got these two questions. Have you got any other points that you want to raise in this session before doing this?
No, not really. No.
Okay then. So thank you so much, Safa, and thank you very much, Fatia, as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lots of really interesting questions there, I think, around, really how we get the most out of the platforms that we've got. And, what we would like to do through this initiative is, in a sense, to stop asking the question, how do you get the most out of it? And say, this is how you get the most out of it. This, on a very practical level, is what you need to do. If you're going to use Edmodo, try this, check this out. If you want to mix things together, do this. So we're looking through this initiative for very practical insights and to in a sense, bring the conclusion, bring the question of what are we going to do for the best to a satisfactory conclusion. So thank you very much indeed for that. The two questions that came up in the chat, which will bring us into the next session, which is around the future, is that really interesting questions. Without the pandemic, do you think that online learning would have caught our attention as much as it did? That's a very interesting question, isn't it? And one that we should think about while we're listening to the next panelists. And also, and Safa touched on this to some extent, will online learning replace face-to-face instruction? So those two questions there are good ones, I think, to begin us to think about the next session. And we'll pause slightly now just to make sure that we have all of our speakers and panelists assembled. So stay with us. We will be back in a couple of minutes, and we're going to be talking about getting the balance right. We're going to be looking back a little bit over the last 6 months and talking about the implications and how we can help learners make up for lost time. Then we'll continue a little bit more with the perspective from Iraq about blended learning. Okay. And then we're going to finish with the future. So just bear with us for a couple of minutes and we'll line up the speakers for the next session. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much for waiting a little there for us to assemble the speakers. So I think we're now ready to start. So as I was just saying then, we're going to have a look back. We're going to have a look at the immediate, and we're going to have a look at the future too. And specifically, we're going to be asking ourselves these questions. So it's been a monumental change. Unprecedented was the word that was used earlier on today for what's happened over the last 6 to 7 months, and many ministries of education, many teachers, many learners, many parents have had an enormous number of things to deal with on the learning point of view, from a psychological point of view. Every single angle you could look at the impact of the pandemic from have really fundamentally affected our education. So we're going to have a look back at that, and we're going to also think about how it is then that we can in some way make up for lost time, because we've talked about the constraints and opportunities of virtual learning, but it doesn't replace face-to-face, and there's clearly a range of learners across many countries, primary, secondary, HE, who have lost 6 months at least of their educational lives due to the impact of COVID-19. So what do we do? There's accelerated learning, there's summer school, there's extra hours, and all of these accelerated programs or catch-up programs, you know, they've got to be delivered within a context which is very fluid. Social distancing in many countries. Learners are going back slowly or going back on alternate days. So there's disruption, you know, continues. So how do you make up for lost time in a situation where there is ongoing disruption? We're going to talk also about blended learning, and I think this comes back to the question about do you think without COVID-19 we would have been talking about online learning? Well, I think so, but probably not as in such a focused way. I mean, I think that, and as our insight shows us, that many education systems were already moving into more online delivery, more integrated technology in the classroom. So I think it's for some countries it's been a terrible shock, and for other countries it's helped to focus their attention on harnessing the power of the internet for learning. And then finally we're going to talk a little bit about the future as well, and we're going to speculate, and Mohammed is going to speculate with us on what he sees from his own perspective about where we're heading. So I think to make sense then, what we should do, I think, is to go to the second hala, the second presentation first, Duha, and that I think will bring the discussion around blended learning that we started in the previous session. I think that will be a good way of bringing that to some useful conclusions as well.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, wherever you are in the world. My name is Duha Nadem. I am a supervisor of English in Baghdad and the British Council Ambassador of International School Award and Core Skills Trainer in Iraq. At the very beginning, I'd like to thank the British Council for hosting this conference and giving us the chance to share our ideas and experiences in the process of teaching and learning. And in celebrating the World Teachers' Day today, I also would like to thank and congratulate all the educators, the teachers, and the teacher trainers for the great efforts they made and are still making to move the process of learning forward in the middle of COVID-19 crisis that forced a lot of things to be very different. The education is one of the things that has changed this year. And the question is, how can we get involved in this change and how can we solve the problems in education? There's no doubt at all that blended learning is a great solution to this problem. It is, as you know, the integration of complementary face-to-face and online approaches to learning, producing something more powerful than solely face-to-face or online experience. But blended learning isn't teacher replacement or a way to cover more material or to be able to use technology. So for successful blended learning between face-to-face learning and online learning, there are key considerations, and I'll talk about 5 of these key considerations. The first consideration is that the teacher should design and think of the goals, the outcomes, the assessments, the activities, and the tools. The teacher should always think of his objectives and goals first. That's to say, what does he want his students to know? And what does he want them to be able to do? If he starts with his objectives and goals first, it will become easy for him to envision what success outcomes will be. And with a successful outcome envision, it will be easier for him to build an assessment that can measure that outcome. And then it will be easy to plan activities for the class. And then he can think of what tools and technologies can be most effective. But here, there is an important point, that is the relationship between the teacher and his students. The teacher should know and understand who his students are. What do they need? Are they struggling or suffering from something? Are they okay? And what kind of learners are his students? Who is auditory, for example? Who is visual? And who is kinesthetic? In order to be able to involve and empower his students in the process of learning, of course, with flexibility in that learning. The second consideration is to look at the strength and limitation of both face-to-face learning and online learning. That's to say, what can we do very well through using online tools? And what can we do very well through face-to-face learning? For example, if we are talking about the limitation, I can choose, for example, preparation. Sometimes it is difficult to assess understanding during a class. As for the participation, for example, face-to-face learning is very limited. As for the personal interaction, office hours are quickly filled. But if we look at the strength in blended learning, I can say that it encourages students to speak, write, interact, and create new meaningful things. And it provides opportunities for voice and choice in learning, and to create learning experiences that empower learners. I think it is really a democratic learning. The third consideration is the students are the centered approach. That's to say, it is to allow the students to be participants of their own learning. The students here will be more responsible for his learning. And in order to create that environment for the students, the class should be active. The students should take active role for their learning. They need experiments with collaborative assignments. And also, they should feel safe to risk, share, and learn from each other. The fourth consideration is the assessment. We as teachers should think about new ways of assessing students, like polling, online quizzes, surveys, and ways to deliver responsive and real-time feedback. And I think that technology now is enabling us to rethink who, where, when, and why to assess our students. And now I shall talk about the fifth consideration, that is the tools and technologies. I think we can help find the best tools and technologies out there that can help create a blended class of our dream. But there are criteria for these tools and technologies that we should think a lot about. The first thing is that these tools and technologies should be easy to use. They should be secure, they should be supportable, and they should never go away from learning and teaching. And also they should line with course goals. Here I have completed 5 key considerations. I wish that they are fruitful, and I'd like to thank you very much for listening, wishing you all great success and good luck.
Thank you very much indeed, Duha. That was really interesting and very clear, and those 5 areas there, I think they're so clearly expressed that it's easy for our audience to really kind of get to grips with those and to think about them and to ask lots of questions. As you're not with us in real time, synchronously, then what I would like to do is to just throw out these questions that have come, and that myself and Hala will have a look at those together, if that's okay. So the first question then, I think, is around the idea of objectives. And as we've often said, haven't we, Hala, that whatever it is that you're doing, whether it's online only, whether it's synchronous only, whether it's asynchronous, or whether it's some kind of combination of things, that fundamental in a teacher's professional life about saying, okay, as Duha put it so brilliantly, at the end of this, what is it that I would like my learner to know or be able to do that they didn't know before? That has not changed. What do you think, Hannah?
Absolutely, and I think if you look at the 5 pillars that Duha has discussed with us now, they're all about the teaching profession rather than technology. She talked about setting objectives. She talked about understanding the limitation of the method, student-centered classes, assessment. So these are teaching principles. Whether you're teaching online, offline, from home, from school, synchronously, asynchronous, these are the principles for good teaching, for a good teacher, for a good class. So I couldn't agree more that as you've always saying, John, everything has changed, but nothing has changed at the same time.
That's right. That's
Can I add something, please, John?
Of course, Nora, of course. Sorry,
Yeah, from participants, they agree. They agree with what Hala said as well. They agree that rapport is important in face-to-face and online. And providing safe environment as well for learner-centered classrooms are as well important in the two modes. So they agree totally with the speaker.
Okay, that's good to know. I think one of the other things that comes out, and that is reflected in a question or a comment in the chat, is Duha's third point about preparing student-centered classes. And I think there's a parallel to be drawn here between student learning and teacher learning, in that what we are saying with the communities of practice approach to professional development, we are saying that, like teachers, we believe should encourage a learner-centered classroom, that we also want to encourage a teacher-centered learning environment for teachers, in the sense that teachers learning, that they decide what topics are relevant for them. They decide at what speed they want to go. They decide when it is that they would like to learn and how it is they would like to learn. And it's them themselves together that look across the staff room table or across their laptop screens and say, well, I need some help and support with this. I would like to know, can you help me a little bit with understanding how Zoom works, please? I don't quite understand the whiteboard function, for example, on Zoom. And somebody who's used it says, yes, okay, now I know I can help you with that completely. And I think there's a parallel there between what we have been saying for a long time about learner-centered classrooms, as one, and a parallel with that, and two, with how we approach teacher development in a much more, to use Duha's word, a much more democratic kind of way. Nora and Hala, is that something that you would agree to sign up for?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
there is no better time for democracy for teachers' professional development than now, because simply if you've been a dictator in the past, you cannot keep doing this now. You cannot keep doing everything remotely now. That's impossible.
Okay. I think that's true. And I think maybe just the final point on this that I'd like to suggest as a parallel between what Duha is saying about learners and what we are saying about teachers is her second pillar, which is understanding the limitation of face-to-face and online learning. In that we've thought long and hard, haven't we, about learner welfare. We've thought long and hard about how best to understand our students so that we can give them engaging and productive lessons. And we've thought long and hard about how to motivate them in difficult circumstances, and that is very much part of our job, and we accept that as a vocational responsibility. Many of the comments in the chat today were around teacher welfare, and that on World Teachers' Day, then I think there's a parallel to be drawn, that Duha has indicated here, between taking learner welfare very seriously, but perhaps not doing enough in terms of teacher welfare, that we're asking, as Safa was saying earlier, for teachers to do a lot more because they have to change to a new way of working, not getting much support, not getting much help, and that as well as the impact of COVID-19, that has a big impact on the psychological well-being of teachers. And I think we need to devote as much time to thinking about teachers as we do to thinking about learners. So we need to set objectives for learners in the same way as we need to ourselves set objectives for our own teacher learning. We need to think about our welfare, get support and help for that, as well as learner welfare, especially as we're being asked to do a lot more. And we need to make sure that what we're suggesting, what we're encouraging in terms of learning for teachers, teacher professional development, that is bottom up and good practice and democratic and agreed and negotiated. And in a nutshell, in a way, those three things are very much part of what this community of practice, what the Strengthening Teacher Networks initiative is all about. Okay, sorry, that was a bit of a long interjection there. Do you have any comments on that, Nora or Hala, before we move on to the next presenter?
No, thank you, John.
No, most comments confirm what Doha mentioned. Yeah, they agree with her.
Yeah, it was such a fantastic talk, really. If Doha is listening to us, or she's going to listen to this later, thank you very much, Doha. That was brilliant.
Great, thank you. Okay then, well, as a way of mixing things up a little bit, we would like now to move to the future and then go back to the past. So what we would like to do, we would like to invite Mohammed Al-Najjar, who is from Jordan, of course, to give us his thoughts now on what does the future hold for learning English at school. Okay, Mohammed, are you there? Can you hear us?
Yes, John. Hear me?
You're a bit quiet. If you could turn your mic up a bit.
Okay. Is it clearer now?
Much clearer. That's perfect. Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I am really pleased to be part of this online conference. My name is Mohammed Najjar. I am a teacher educator in QRTA. We run a teachers academy where we aim at preparing and training teachers for better performance in classrooms in Jordan. Let me ask the question that I have to answer in this 20 or 15 minutes. What does the future hold for learning English at school? So we are talking about future, about learning English, and schools in general. I believe that we are moving into a transitional period, and like any other transitional period, for example, moving from summer to winter, from day to night, we have like a gradual change, which is unstable, and we are in confusion, horizon is vague, and we are heading to unclear destination. All components of our traditional schooling will be affected. I am talking about students, teachers' roles, assessment, about learning environment, about course books, roles, and the whole process. All of these will be affected. And as you know, we are moving from traditional schooling to blended or hybrid teaching process, and eventually will end with online learning. That is a totally virtual learning teaching process. So we are in a transitional period, and we have to adapt. We have to adjust. Adjustment means being flexible. In order to be successful as teachers, and also even students needs to be flexible. This process of teaching and learning English, it will not be like as it was in 1990 or in the year 2000. It's changing all the time. As educators, we need to turn this challenge that we are facing now into an opportunity. So the components of the teaching process, like course books, students, teachers, environment will be different now. How this will be affected, how this will be affecting the process of teaching English in the future. That is what I will try to answer during this part. I'll try to have some predictions and insights about how would teaching English be in schools in the future. I will divide my presentation into different parts covering all the components of the teaching learning process. I will start with the English language teacher. English language teacher will play a crucial role as administrator and manager of the learning process. He will track as usual the students' records, and he will have a role in presentation of documents, reporting and delivery of course materials to the students. But this time it's totally different from the past. Maybe we are in blended learning teaching process right now, but in the future it will be totally virtual. So it is better for English language teacher to choose one piece of technology that will complement the existing classroom instruction instead of overwhelming web tools. Teachers should be patient as usual, but in this transitional period, you have to make mistakes and then refine them. You need to survey the students and ask them for their feedback in order to improve lessons. Using English language materials, you need to avoid adding more to the lesson, but instead you have to replace, as an English language teacher, you have to replace or improve what is already there in place. As teachers, we want to teach more effectively with flexibility and communication with students. So English language teachers should focus on the communication features of the language and emphasize them in this transitional period, because it's the ultimate goal of teaching and learning a language. For the students, the second part of this process, the second important part of this process, students need to be autonomous, more autonomous than before. They have to be self-directed, self-governed, independent. Students will take more and more responsibility for their own learning. Even here, where parents will take part, they will be more engaged. The students will be more effective language learners. They will be 100% responsible for their improvement. A student must understand their own learning style and try to match it to what is provided in blended learning and later on online learning. They must have sufficient time in their schedule to practice the new language skills learned in the lesson independently. So this can be done offline, synchronously, and without being followed by the teacher. The teacher now can guide the students. They can create language exercises and learning opportunities and serve as a coach, maybe a model. But the student himself is the one who will make the real improvement happen. Students should use and learn English skills to communicate by using communication itself as the main method of learning English. Students, again, they need to get more involved in the planning, designing their own learning opportunities, and later on they need to reflect on their language performance. They need to find and create language learning resources for themselves, and then, as you know, using social media, using online blended learning, they need to share this with their peers. This is for the students, and we have covered the insights for the teacher in the future. What about the learning environment? Maybe most of us now are aware of what is called LMS, which means the learning management systems. It's like replacement of school buildings and classroom and halls. It's like a software program that allows the administration of instructional materials through various educational activities. And you need to track and report the students' information using this LMS, which is Learning Management System, and the ability to facilitate and distribute communication. For English language teachers, an LMS serves as a centralized place where they can post their learning resources, communicate with both parents, and students. This LMS offers us as teachers of English language student-centered learning. So it helps us to have the students as the focus of the teaching and learning process. Another point, as I mentioned in the beginning, we search and we look for flexibility. So the LMS will help us in this. Flexibility for teachers and students and parents. For language teaching, communication and social context is crucial. So it will provide us more social and collaborative learning environment for teaching English. Communication outside the classroom can be facilitated through discussion forums we use in our LMS. We also use real-time messaging, and this is very important in teaching a language and learning a language. LMS will provide us with video conferences. These video conferences will have the place of face-to-face learning sometimes. For sure, it has its own limits and it has own borders, but in general, it will be like a choice and a solution for what we have right now. Emails for communication, announcement posts. So the accessibility regardless of location for the students. For LMS, we can find what is called globalization with open and flexible learning environments. Assignments and course content can be accessed from home and away from home using different tools. Students have the opportunity to learn at their own pace. So it's like self-governed, self-controlled, and we go back and help the students to review the lessons and content when it is needed. Students and teachers can share and learn through group projects, blogs, and file sharing. So we have more and more group works. We have more and more communication between teachers and students. Yes, it is virtual, but you know, in real life, sometimes because in our Arab countries, sometimes we have a big number of students that limits us from having this. Parents now can support students' learning by monitoring assignments and communication. And most of us, because we have this COVID-19 crisis, we feel this and sometimes we suffer from that. Because again, we are in a transitional period. It's not clear. In the future, maybe 2 years, 3 years to come, 10 years to come, everything would be fixed better. So LMS, learning management systems, which is like the learning environment, will promote inquiry-based learning and digital literacy. This term was mentioned earlier in today's conference. It will empower the learning and offers, again, flexibility. So this is for the learning environment. What about the course books and teaching strategies? For course books and teaching strategies, we have to keep in mind the focus will be on students. So it's student-centered learning. It's not the content is not the ultimate goal, or the teacher role is not the goal of this process. It's the student. So we create learning environments that promote self-regulation and personal learning opportunities. I'll repeat what had been mentioned before. It's about synchronous and asynchronous opportunities. We have live sessions and we can fill in the gaps by having homework, and we have offline learning in a synchronous approach. Digital literacy here, we have to focus on this in our course books and strategies. And you know, ICT, it will be not just crucial, it will be for survival in the future. Differentiated content for students at different levels, because we are moving into virtual learning and teaching environment. So we have a lot of options to offer this. Even for exams, later on I will talk about exams and assessment. This also can be done in assessment. It can also enable students to work through content at their own pace, whether online from home or within classroom, multi-device learning environment. You know, by using virtual learning tools, we can attend the classes using our mobile phones, our tabs, our laptops. Even sometimes we can use our television to have this chance. Interactive nature of online learning. It's again, it offers us this very important feature and component of teaching a language, which is interaction. And when I talk about interaction, I will move to talk about gaming. Gaming will help us a lot in this because integrating learning games in teaching English will help us to make our teaching more effective, and it will add fun to our teaching. And you know, language teaching offers us many options in this regard. And a very important point in designing course books and in doing our teaching, we have to keep in mind chunking and scaffolding. It's related to how much support will have and how much support will provide the learners, and we keep in mind individual differences. We have also to need to focus on in our course books and in our approach in teaching we have to focus on the different cultures that make the English language culture. It's not British culture now or Indian culture or Nigerian culture. It's a global culture. So this dimension can be really defined and can be tackled later on in our moving from traditional schooling to hybrid schooling, and finally with online learning and schooling. Okay, so the focus will be on listening and speaking. We are moving from the written words, we are moving from writing. We are going back to our beginning as human beings. We started with listening and speaking, and now with this advancement in technology, we are going back to listen and speak. And we have to keep in mind this in our minds when we talk about teaching English and learning English. The focus, I believe, will be on listening and speaking. So these are the points that we have to keep in mind when we talk about course books and teaching strategies. What about the last component of this process of teaching and learning? It is assessment. And again, LMS, Learning Management System, will help us a lot in assessment. It will handle the assessment on behalf of teaching staff. And because of this, teachers would have a bigger chance to increase the frequency of assessment. So we can have more than one exam for the students maybe in one day, because it's not done by us and it is not monitored by us, it is the system. So we have regular quizzes that will help students to practice their learning as well, allowing also teachers to track this progress and identify the gaps and problem areas. Finally, I would add this point regarding assessment. I believe in this. Assessment events will turn to be like new learning opportunities. So the students will have the chance to take the exam more than once. And by doing this, the exam purpose will not be only to evaluate the students' progress or to grade them. It's more like having repeated chances for the students to fill the gaps that they have in their learning. So the focus will move, and it will be on the skills, since the content of the exams and the questions will be changing all the time. So the role of assessment will turn to be like learning opportunities rather than evaluating ones. So this is my ideas and my insights about how would the future of teaching English and even teaching in general in the future.
Mohammed, thank you so much indeed. I wish I had your crystal ball. That was an extremely interesting perspective on what the future has in store for us. There were some general questions in the chat, but I just wanted to pick out one really straightforward question, and I think it's a good one, a really good one, because what I hope the future will bring, and I think this is what you touched on, is that we stop talking about platforms and what's the best approach, or that we start talking actually about what it means to learn a language remotely. And you started talking about that. You kept using the word skills, so that instead of having big discussions around whether Zoom is better than Teams, I can give you an answer to that right now, that we talk about, okay, so in order to get a student to be a better communicator in English, whatever platform you're using, do this. If you see what I mean. So the very simple question is, what about handwriting, Ahmed?
Maybe this will be turned to be typewriting, you know. Now, most of us, even we are moving, really, John, we are moving from written forms to visual literacy. Most of us will enjoy a picture rather than to read a whole paragraph. I'm not talking about a whole book, it's a paragraph. So I don't know, maybe we'll turn to be good typewriters.
maybe that's right, absolutely. Okay, then I'm going to come back, if I can, to a few of the points you made, especially around patience, parents, and flexibility that you mentioned, which I thought were really interesting. What we'd like to do now is to leave the future, go back into the past, and come then into the present. We're very lucky. We've got Ahmed Al-Kufi, who's joining us, who's going to talk about the last 6 months and some suggestions about loss of learning. And then we'll come back to the three discussion points that we've had so far in a quick summary just before the end. So please stay with us. We haven't finished by any means yet.
Thank you for the effort, all the team, John and others, and even the teachers to participate and encourage us to talk about our experience. The topic that I'm going to talk about is what have we learned over the last 6 months? How can we help learners make up for lost time? My presentation today is going to be divided in 3 sections. First of all, we know that nothing has changed and everything changed. Nothing has changed with regard to providing high quality teaching, but the method of delivering that is changed from face-to-face to blended or online. Nothing changed that we have to provide immediate constructive feedback to students, while now, because it is blended or online, it takes time, so it is time consuming, and it is difficult to measure every single student's progress at that time of delivering the session. Nothing changed that we have to know where students start and where they are going to end, so to measure their progress, while it is now difficult in each online session to measure that progress that the students have made. To talk about the first section of my presentation, it's about the situation in September 2019. We as a company called Quality House Consultancy created an online training platform to help teachers learn anytime, anywhere. We thought at that time that teachers have the right and they can access the material that we did. It was blended learning where the materials and presentation were online, and we sit with teachers inside their schools to help them implement their practice and help them to improve their practices. The platform that we used was made to support teachers all in implementing the strategies, having online resources, videos, reading materials, lesson plans, samples, lots of things that they can download and use them at their time. At that time, we were having 173 educators. 70 educators at that time just registered in that platform, and they said that we would like to go for blended learning, while the others preferred face-to-face. During the pandemic, which is from February 2020 to June 2020, we have from those 173 teachers, we have only 77. So only during the pandemic, 7 teachers moved from face-to-face to be using online learning or training. So we were thinking about that time. We said, okay, although the world moved to use online learning, teachers' movement to online training was not as expected. Student technological literacy seems better than teachers. Will that impact on the quality of teaching? So these two things, we said, let us dig deep and to know what is there and what are the difficulties and challenges that prevent teachers from moving from face-to-face to blended training. We faced at that time that some teachers didn't have a computer, and that's why they prefer face-to-face rather than using online. While that was the difficulty was overcome by using their mobile phones, but as you know that mobile phone is not as good as the laptops. Even some teachers, especially the female ones, are not familiar with using their phones to upload documents or take evidence. We thought at that time that learning from anywhere, anytime is preferable for some teachers, but we were a little bit mistaken. They wanted to learn and take professional development during the school time, not after school time. The concept of evidence-based, rather than lecturing a trainer who comes inside a school and provide training to teachers, which is accustomed in our area, we moved from that area and we said, no, we will give you how you will do that, you will practice it, you will implement it inside class, and you will prove that you implement it and you benefit from it, and then you will tell us your opinion whether it is good for you to use it or not. But that was not stimulating to teachers, as they prefer to sit, listen, and they go, and that paradigm, shifting paradigm was not that easy for them to shift to that. So what we suggest until now, because we are still studying this strategy to move from face-to-face to blended learning, and we would like to investigate and to do that, we are doing 2 things. As one is, we still communicate with teachers and try to help them to use the blended learning and also face-to-face wherever it is possible with them. So our suggestion to that platform is to implement the following. We think that training is not only through screen, but teachers can answer paper, carry with them things to do, and reflect on their work and send us their reflection. We think that there is a technical support, a person who is there to support teachers whenever there is a problem that they encounter, will be really helpful for them to use the training online and using our platform. Engaging school leaders also, we are trying our best to engage teachers, school leaders in that learning journey, that all teachers learn from each other, support each other, and get supported from school leaders as well. This is in short how our practice that we have been doing now for almost 1 year and a half. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you very much indeed, Ahmed. I think one of the points in there, it's slightly difficult hear at times. But I think one of the points in there that we haven't really spoken about, which is, again, another fundamental part, isn't it, to bringing about change, is the involvement of school leaders, and that not just obviously in the delivery of education at school, that's their job after all, but in our professional development as teachers, and that without the help and support of school leaders, it's difficult to see, isn't it, how teachers can bring about innovation in their classroom, whether it's online or face-to-face. And I think the points that you're making also about the need for support, help teachers grow their confidence in relation to remote delivery skills, which we touched on earlier, is completely and absolutely apposite. Before we come to a quick summary of where we are with the past, the now and the future, any questions, Nora, that you've picked up on in the chat that you want to bring to our attention?
There are many questions in the earlier one about shy students, how to engage shy students. But this session is about training teachers. Ahmed's session is about training teachers, and it is interesting to hear from him about teachers reluctant. They were reluctant to use the online teaching and learning, but now because of COVID-19, they are accepting it, but as he suggested, they need a lot of technical support and training. Most questions we have here around accessibility for teachers and students of the internet. And about autonomy as well. If teachers are not autonomous, it's difficult that their students can be autonomous as well.
Okay then, so thank you very much indeed, Nora. So I think, as we've said, that some of the questions, like the one around accessibility, we'll be dealing with through the webinar series. But there are many other things that have come up from this conference and in the chat that we will feed into what we do in the future in terms of support for teachers. And talking of the future, then I'd just like to bring this session to a close by bringing in Mohammed again, just to dwell on I think one particular point in especially that you mentioned right at the beginning, and that was about patience. And I sometimes feel that there has been a rush to digital, a rush to remote delivery, to the extent where we're not quite sure about the platforms we're using, we're not quite sure about the content we're using, we're not sure really about how we best support teachers to be more effective in an online environment. And there's been, and we can understand why, of course, but there has been a lack of patience and a rush to something which really does need a lot of thinking about. I don't know what your thoughts are on that, Mohammed.
Yes, thank you, John. Maybe because we have this technology, we are affected by technology and the speed that we have things. So we think that we can also apply this for teaching and learning. And this really cannot be applied on learning and teaching, since we have a human factor with the students and we have parents. And we as teachers, we cannot work like machines or like technological mechanics. So we have to be patient, and for the shy students, it's the encouragement. We have to encourage them, and we have to encourage ourselves as teachers by repeating the word flexibility and patience all the time. Because again, we are in a transitional period and it's very hard, you know, it's not easy. We need to be patient and flexible, and this is the key to success in the future.
Absolutely brilliant. Thank you very much indeed. Okay then, so thank you to Duha and to Ahmed and to Mohammed. I really enjoyed this last session, and I think it's given us an enormous amount of food for thought. And I think that's what we should be doing in general anyway, as practitioners, as teachers. We need to be clearly thinking about what we do in the classroom. We need to be thinking about what we do as teachers, and that reflection on what school closure has meant, what the shift to remote delivery has meant, and what we will need to be like, and how we will need to engage with our students in the future, is something that collectively we all need to be taking an interest in and helping to shape and to reimagine the future of our education systems, not just as it relates to English language learning, but in general. And we've had some excellent interventions today from a range of colleagues across the region. And I think that what it demonstrates for somebody like myself, who's relatively new to this part of the world, that there is a wealth of experience and talent and interest in making sure that we're providing the best kind of experience for our learners, whether it's face-to-face or online or a mixture of those. That's enough from me for the moment. I'm now going to hand over to Hala, who's going to take us through the very last activity of the day before we have a short closing moment. It's tea time.
Thank you very much, John. Thank you very much, everybody, from our panelists, our speakers, for their brilliant input and the very insightful content. I'm truly impressed by the variety and the authenticity of the content in the knowledge that you've shared with us today. And thank you, more importantly, perhaps to our audience who are still with us, who are still joining us from different parts in MENA. It's tea time, a well-deserved cup of tea, but it's actually a competition. Are you ready? If you're ready for the quiz or the competition, type in the Q&A box mango. It's because I like mango, I can't help it. And John, tell me how I look in the cap.
You look beautifully different. Amazing. Shining light.
So my colleague Noura is going to share with you now the link to the quiz. And I'm going to open the quiz from my side. And I've put now my quiz hat. Going to be the quiz manager for 5 minutes. It's really short and it's really quick, so you need to be really fast in responding to the questions. Only four questions, but it will tell us how much you were in focus and how much did you read your joining instructions. So it's a good idea to keep your joining instructions document open, because wink wink, you're going to use this document to find the answers to my questions. If you're ready, type in mango. And Noura is perhaps sharing now the link to the quiz in the Q&A box. I don't know if you can hear any music, John. Did you hear any music? Anyway, I have an enormous number of participants on my screen now, so let me start the countdown.
saying something, we can't hear you.
Ah, 27. Got the answer right. Diana. 29. Not sure as soon as possible by answer and nothing next question.
Your lovely voice.
John, are you saying something?
Yes. Can you stop the music? We can't hear you at all.
It's either me or the music. I'm sorry, I can't stop the music.
We thought you were trying to say something to us. Anyway, okay, sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so who from the speakers can bring you the best facial mud mask? And the right answer is Muhammad, because Muhammad comes from Jordan, and in Jordan we have the Dead Sea best facial masks. I managed finally to switch off the music. Okay, let's see who topped the competition in this question. Is Nadi still on top? Come on. Aha, Sarah is on top this time. Then Aisha comes next. So Sarah Al-Hamadi comes first, then Aisha comes second. All right, let's move on to the next question. Question 4 out of 4. Start the countdown. So who from the speakers might be hiding a necklace of pearls at home? We've got 47 seconds to find the answers in the joining instructions doc. All right, so the right answer is Nada, because Nada comes from Oman, where they dig out a lot of pearls from the sea. So let's see who topped the charts now for this question. Ah, okay. So the winner is somebody who called themselves One. That's their name in the competition. Just number 1. Okay, I've done the competition now, and the winner was somebody who's called One. This is how they named themselves in the competition. So well done for everybody who participated in the competition. I hope I've added some fun and spices to the end of a long day, but very interesting day. So that was my tea time for you. Back to you, John.
Lovely, thank you very much indeed. I think I know One, actually. I think I met him once at a face-to-face conference. Okay, as Hannah just said, we've had a really great day. Thank you so much for sharing it with us. Please, we've got 2 feedback surveys for you to complete, and you need to complete those in order to get your e-certificate, so please do that. We talked a lot about Teacher Networking Initiative, a lot about communities of practice. If you'd like to participate, get involved, we're looking always for motivated teachers, so please contact the local British Council in your country. Okay, I talked a lot as well about the Ask Hala webinar series, so we've got some details coming up for the next series. And if we can move on to the next slide, I'll just quickly look at that and then come back to this one. That's it. So we've got 4 coming up there. So motivating learners, many of you were asking about motivating learners. Selecting and designing materials, many of you were asking about that. Working with parents, that's been a reoccurring theme throughout this conference. And assessing online learning, as well, and we will devote a certain amount of time to cheating, I think, on that one, because that's come up time and time again. And based on what you've told us today, based on the comments and stuff, we'll be adding other things in there, I think, and one of those has got to be around the issue of access. And how do we help teachers who are working in very difficult contexts where connectivity, electricity, etc., low resource contexts, make the teaching of English, the teaching of learners, very difficult. Okay then, if we can just go back to the previous slide, that would be great, thank you. So, from myself, Hala, Tema, special hello to Tema's mother if she's still with us, and Nora, thank you so much for joining us as participants. Thank you so much also for all of the speakers and panelists that took part today and battled against some very serious technical problems to join us. Thank you so much for that. I really enjoyed it. I know the team really enjoyed it here, and I hope you did at home, wherever your home is. So thank you. Last shout out from Temar, Ala and Nora.
Thank you all.
Very much. Thank you very much. Happy
evaluation to get your certificates. It's in the chat box. The links are in the chat box. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Happy World Teachers Day, everybody. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Okay. Happy World Teachers Day. Thank you. Bye now.